So we're live on 4 out of 5. Okay, we're live on all 5 platforms. Great. I didn't start the queue now, did I? I better start the queue. There we go. And so the countdown begins. Shri, welcome. How are you doing today? Doing well? Happy Friday, by the way. Friday is awesome. But you know, you can't actually spend your whole life being unhappy 5 days a week in return for 2 days of freedom. It's not healthy. I mean, I'm not saying that you do, but a lot of people do. You know, they hate the week. Monday starts, oh, they hate it. Tuesday, oh, they hate it. Wednesday, oh, they hate it. Thursday, we're almost at Friday. Friday, yay, tomorrow's weekend. Life is too short for that shit. Anyway, for me, Friday doesn't mean much because, yeah, I still have to do a whole bunch of shit on Saturdays and Sundays. Sunday is like the start of the week. So when I stream, then that's a work day. When I'm off, then that's a work day too. So I'm not off. I'm drawing. I'm writing music. I'm maintaining this farm. There's a hell of a lot of responsibilities here on this farm. Like tomorrow, I have to do maintenance on the sewage system. Sewage system is like 13 years old and it gets occasional maintenance, but now it's like time for a full revamp. So that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. You're in stress about your relationship and your marriage. Your relationship and future marriage, or are you already married? So I first want to just encourage you not to stress, to just relax, take a deep breath. Let the spirits take care of it for you. Trust that the universe will bring out the outcome that is best for you. Whether it means that this relationship must end, just trust that it's all for the best. If you go through with the marriage, trust that that's for the best. There will be pain along the way. There will be pain on the road one way or another, and that's okay. The pain that we experience in life is worth the moments of joy. The whole point of life is for that joy and for that purpose and for that love. All of the other shit is worth it. just for that moment, those moments of knowing that you're loved and to love and be loved. That's what it's all about. Everything else is side effects. I'm unmarried. Okay. Again, don't stress, just breathe. Just breathe and let the spirits take care of it. Portalage Peter can see my pain, apparently. Shri is talking about a government job. Are you working for the government, or are you hoping to get into a government position? And then maybe ask yourself why you want to work for the government. I mean, I can think of a good number of reasons. Security, it comes with a whole lot of benefits. They pay well. Yeah, Portalage Peter, you are spot on. I want for so much more. I want it all. I don't think I could ever be satisfied. Even if I was like... Even if I founded colonies on all the planets in the solar system and turned this into like a cowboy bebop science fiction, I don't know if I'd be satisfied. I'd still want more. God's abundant blessings, welcome back. You know how it works. Type that hashtag tarot and give me your question. That's how you join the queue. Letting you know, Shri, that's how it works. If you want to get into the queue for a reading, then just type hashtag tarot and put your question there. So today we're switching things up a bit. I'm opening with tarot, but only for an hour. Once that queue closes, then I'm going to start giving away random black water sessions, where I use that bowl, which you can barely see in the corner there. It's full of water with charcoal, and I'll do readings through that, see visions in there, and interpret it for some people. Then I'll cast some spells, and at like 3 o'clock, 3:30, we will open the tarot reading queue again. And yeah, we're just pushing this stream longer. We're doing more. I want to demonstrate some of the other things that I can do, that I can offer and provide. Portalage Peter, I don't accept your narrative. I've done more than I could even describe in a 4-hour stream. There is more that I've accomplished in my life than I could just talk about. I could talk endlessly about the travels I've done and the things that I've done and the things that I've built, created. So your narrative is like actually really presumptuous. Talking to Portalage Peter, like, I've summoned whirlwinds. I was saying earlier, I don't know when enough is enough. Like, I could manipulate the weather, bounce tornadoes around, and it's not enough, you know. It's not enough. It takes a lot of energy and time to summon a whirlwind, to manipulate the candle flame. Okay, so we've got Shilpa in the queue. God's abundant blessings says, please consider me for the Black Water reading. Of course I'll consider you. Shri says, name is Tanushri Mandal, giving me date of birth. Can I get government service within 6 months? And can I get married with Taraknath Halder in 2022? Portalage Peter says, my ego has just responded. This is your greatest obstacle, as it is for you and everyone else. Big Chewy Failson has asked what I should be changing. Okay, I'm going back up in the chat so I can see who has joined. Who was the first? So Shilpa is the first one to get into the queue. And then Shri Shri. Actually no, Shilpa, then Big Chewy Failson, and then Shri Shri. Portalage Peter has no idea what he's talking about. If you didn't have any ego, you wouldn't be here trying to confront me. You wouldn't be here telling me everything about my life. You'd be considering your own life and manifesting your own dreams. Not telling me about how I failed at mine. Not telling me about the size of my ego. You'd be considering the size of your own. On the note of ego, ego is not a bad thing. Ego is something, it's like an outfit. They're created in order to, you buy an outfit for an event, and then the ego serves you. The outfit serves you throughout that event, and then afterwards you'll likely never wear that outfit again, or you'll save it for another event like that. So the ego is the same. It's an identity that you create for a specific purpose in order to accomplish something. It's an outfit you put on. And then once you've accomplished that and you've moved through that period of your life, then that ego no longer serves, and it should be deconstructed and a new identity constructed. It's not healthy to kill your ego, as these love and light communities preach. Let the ego die. That's not the way. The identity does not have to perish in order to become a conduit for the divine. Activating the Kundalini allows the divine to channel through you. The identity just becomes bolstered. It becomes divine for that period that you are a channel, that you are an open channel. You still change the outfit. The spirit can channel into you, but it still wears an outfit. Something that Jesus said, which I thought was really interesting, he said, you are only ready to enter the kingdom of heaven when you're ready to trample your clothes into the dirt. So I understand that's like a symbol. He's saying when you're ready to trample on your clothes and you don't need an outfit anymore, then you're ready for... Hey old boy, you're being really trolly. When will MLev third party leave third party and come towards me? Is the third party stressing him? Perhaps I can communicate something of value to you, Portalage. Perhaps I can. Perhaps you can open your eyes and see what I truly am. What is the status of M, the one referred to as M? What is the status of this third party? Past interval is the 9 of discs. Shilpa, this is your reading. So past interval, 9 of discs, that is reflecting on past. So this disc, it is talking about the physical relationship, the sexual aspect of the relationship. So the one referred to as M is reflecting on how he's reflecting on the physical aspects of the relationship he has with you and with this third party. He's taking responsibility for the damage he did to your relationship. Now this is past interval, it's something he's already been through. So Yeah, he's self-reflecting. He's gone into a place of like hermiting, of isolating himself. This is past, once again, I'm just confirming. He went into a place of isolation, that's mental and spiritual and emotional isolation, and he reflected on the relationship that he had with you and the sexual intimacy that you had between you, and the state of your home affairs, like how much wealth you had, how much whether you had enough to eat, whether you had clothes to wear, basically the whole physical domain. He was reflecting on all of that, and in the present with this third party, taking responsibility for all the wrong he did, as well as taking responsibility for all that he did that was constructive and supportive. This is a healthy card, this is good. It doesn't talk about what he's decided, but it is saying that he is taking responsibility for himself and his actions. Okay, so in the present we have a Six of Cups. So this third party is creating an evolution for him. You're asking, is this third party stressing him? This card is saying no. This relationship that he's in right now, it is creating an evolution for him. There's a certain limit on how much he can cope with in his emotional being. So when he was in that relationship with you in the past, then he would see his own reflection in you, and there were certain things he would say and do that would create huge emotional responses for him. And in this relationship, he's learning ways to overcome it. This third party, or the relationship he's currently in, is giving him ways. He's learning from it. He's learning new ways to cope with his emotions. He's learning new ways. He's evolving past those limitations, basically. So in the past, he would have reacted negatively to a trigger. In the present, because of this third party, the way that they cope with their emotions, that is teaching him to act constructively in a healthy way despite his emotional triggers. That he is responsible for his own triggers and he can't make someone else responsible for them. So that's really great. This third party relationship, it's not right, it's unhealthy to do that, to like third party your partner. It's not cool, but he is learning a lot through it, and it is a journey that he needed to embark on. So the only thing that makes sense to me is that you shouldn't actually be in this relationship with him. You should allow him to go and be with this third party and move on with your life. Future interval is the Three of Discs reversed. Okay, so things are not looking so bright for him in the future. What's about to open up for him is hopelessness and dissatisfaction in his sex life. So this third party, it's not all as physically fulfilling as he'd like it to be. The physical intimacy is lacking. He can see that he could change. He could make changes to himself. He understands that there are things he could change in himself in order to improve the sexual status of the relationship, but he has a lot of resistances towards it. There's a lot of shame that he still feels about certain aspects of his body, certain actions, bodily fluids still freak him out, things like that. So he's not all that prepared to make those changes, and he feels quite hopeless, knowing that that's the only way that he can evolve the sexual experience in this third-party relationship, or even in your relationship. He doesn't know how to do that, and it's gonna leave him feeling really hopeless and dissatisfied with his sex life. So is he going to change? He is changing. In the present, this relationship that he's in is changing him. He is changing. His whole emotional being is changing. It's evolving. Basically, this third party is imprinting on him. He's taking on certain characteristics from them, healthy characteristics, and it's changing him. Well, that's not to say that he's going to leave the third party. It's not to say that he's going to come back to you. Portalesh Peter, I do not think that you have any place to decide who gets to offer counseling or who gets to undertake the warrior cycle. I don't know what the fuck that is, to be honest. So I'm gonna go ahead and just block you and ban you, and perhaps take further action against you depending on what's up. I'll have to consult with my God. My God says that you're a childish old man and you don't know what you're talking about, and that I should have compassion on you. That you've become deluded by certain spirits and certain people that you've been interacting with. Peter Portalege. They have created a reality of delusion around you and you've succumbed to it. And now you're trying to impose that false reality on me. You're trying to impose that false reality on the whole global community of magicians. And it's wrong. That is my compassion for you. May the collective will open your eyes. May the spirit of the collective will, our will of the God wrestlers, open your eyes so that you may see clearly. Amen. So much reflection, saying everything to me that he believes about himself. My ego is too big because his ego is too big. I have failed because he has failed. Everything that he believes about himself, deep down, he's projecting. So unfortunate people like that are out there, and that they're waiting for legitimate mediums and legitimate sorcerers to come online so that they can he control them. Fucking weird. Okay, going back into the chat to see who's up next after Shilpa. Shilpa, your reading has been concluded. Please don't spam the chat. Okay. Who was next after Shilpa? Big Chewy Failson. Big Chewy Failson says, what should I be changing? So Big Chewy Failson, please let me know if you're still here, because you're up next. So guys, the stream is not ending when the queue closes. I'm just going to start doing other things and we're going to take a little break from tarot. So that timer's got like 35 minutes on it, I think. So when that timer closes, then basically I'm going to do some Black Water Scrying, give away some spells, and then open the tarot queue again for more requests. Just going to take a little break in between. Chandrayi, please have patience. I will get to you. We will get to you. There's plenty of time. I'm sticking around online for a good few hours today. It's not my usual like 2-hour stream. I'm gonna do like 4 to 5 hours today. I'm just gonna do a whole lot of different things. Chat, you guys can ask me questions, whatever. I can banish the trolls like I just did. You know, we'll have a lot of fun together. Big Chewy Failson says he's here. No stress. People stole all of your clothes. Oh dear. Take the curtains down, babe. Take the curtains down, cut a dress out of it. Pin it. Make a plan. Welcome to Yana on YouTube. Just having a look to see who else has joined us. So Chandrahi joined us, and Yana. But anyway, Big Chewy Failson is up next, who was asking how should I be changing now? You know, we change automatically, we change over time as we move forward towards our destination. As we take steps towards our goals, we change. You don't see the changes immediately, but if you like look back month to month, you'll see how much progress you've made and how much you've changed. Sometimes there are certain aspects of ourselves that we do need to change, and you will intuitively know what those are. Like if you've got addictions that have been impeding your health or that prevent you from accomplishing your goals, and those are the things that you change. You start with what you can see, what needs to change. But here we'll see what the tarot has to say about it. How should Big Chewy Failson be making changes to him or herself? What changes are necessary for him or her to see herself realized as her ideal aspect? Well, we can shift it. What should you be developing? The tarot is going to give you the answer that you need to hear one way or another. 3 of Wands. So you've already become aware of what it is that you desire and what you're passionate about. 3 of Wands, it talks about becoming aware of desires and passions. Becoming aware of what's required of you in order to exist within what you're passionate about and to see your desires manifested. So this is something that has happened quite recently, like 2022 brought this realization to you, making New Year's resolutions or whatever, choosing a new direction. This is where you were suddenly hit with the realization, oh snap, this is actually what I want from life. This is actually what I'm passionate about. And this is what's actually required of me if I want to see that that passion realized for myself. I want to see those desires realized and actually do what I'm passionate about, becoming aware of what actually needs to happen and what you actually need to do and what's required of you. Present interval is facing challenges when it comes to your physical health and career. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, if you've got addictions that prevent you from moving forward towards what you desire, those are the things that should be working on, and this card is kind of confirming that. Now, addiction doesn't have to be something like smoking or drinking Addiction can be television, it can be video games, it can be masturbation, it can be eating, just like binge eating. Addiction can come in so many different forms, but basically, whatever you were doing in 2021 and so far in 2022, like the beginning of it, as you've been moving with your priorities, taking care of your priorities, you have noticed that there are certain challenges within yourself and to do with your health and your income that you will have to face. But the priorities that you were working with, that you were dealing with, you felt like they were more important, so you put those other things on the shelf and you're like, I'll deal with that soon. But in the present moment, you are now, whatever you were dealing with, whatever those priorities were, they have either fallen away, or you have completed them, or you've changed them, and you're ready now to face those challenges. That's why you're here asking me, what can I be changing? So whatever those challenges are, like if it's fitness and health, if you want to be fitter, healthier, make those changes, step into that, because that's what your whole present is all about. It's about facing those challenges regarding your health, first of all, and your career. So like you said, you want to change your question to what you should be developing. You should be working on your projects, the projects that you have started that will bring about where their end goal is finances and financial security. Those projects you should be developing. You should also be setting out exercise routines, or cutting certain things out of your diet that you noticed have been making you feel cuck. So that's what's going on there, and that card just wants to say to you, you can overcome your shadow aspect. There are certain impulses that come, the shadow that rises up to try and prevent you from doing the things that you set for yourself, but if you are aware of them, and you're aware of the distracting variables or the things in your environment that trigger those impulsive responses, you can minimalize those responses, you can minimalize the triggers. That's a way that you can move forward and find a breakthrough. You can come up with any kind of creative solution. You have that creative potential within you. This card, Prince of Discs, is about finding creative solutions to your challenges so that you can make breakthroughs, enduring, sticking through. Like you put yourself in that position deliberately. You say, okay, now I'm breaking through, I'm making changes, I'm breaking habits, and you change your environment, exclude the variables that are unhealthy and detrimental. You exclude them. You put yourself in that position deliberately, and you choose, now I'm going to endure until I make a breakthrough. Future interval is number 8 of the trumps. It's called Adjustment, and it's reversed. So this is basically saying that's what's opening up for you, is the universe is about to give you no choice except to go through some changes. So you're asking me, what can you be changing? The universe is going to show you what you need to be changing. That card reversed, when it's the right way around, it's like you come to the conclusion, I'm going to make these changes on my own accord. When it's reversed, it's the universe bringing circumstances and people into your life that force you to be flexible and force you to make changes, because the new circumstance or the new relationships create imbalance. If you continue on in the old lifestyle, then it's imbalanced. You have to make shifts into new habits and new lifestyle in order to adapt to the new situations and the new relationships. Now, there is a certain kind of person, a certain character that lives your dreams, and you need to become that person. So this is kind of a gift. The 8 card, it talks about shifting into the person that you need to be, that's aligned with your dreams. And that is the kind of shift that the 8 card talks about, and it's one that the universe is going to give to you. It's going to hand you on a platter, and you're not really going to have much of a choice in the matter. You're just going to have to adapt. And that is it is the conclusion of your reading. So you're asking me, have I become aware of what I want? I wish I could be more certain. Well, that card is saying that what you think, what you're uncertain about, that is what you become aware of. Those are the desires that exist within you. And yeah. Captain of a starship. I love that comment. Love that comment. So, angels worship Jesus. Jesus loves humans. Humans get uncomfortable when hearing the name Jesus. It's so funny. People don't get all that uncomfortable when they hear the name Joshua, even though it's the same name. I wonder what the difference is. Next is Shri Shri. So Shri Shri, are you still here? Let me know. And welcome Asiv Mlondleni. Shri Shri is here. Great. So you're asking me, can you get a government service within 6 months? Can you get married to Taraknath in 2022? This is the tarot doesn't give specific time frames like that. The tarot will give you advice on how you can get a government job. The tarot will give you advice on what is actually better for you than a government job. The tarot will give you advice regarding your relationship. The tarot will give you advice whether or not you should get married. The tarot is not going to give you advice. It's not going to tell you with absolute clarity, yes, you're going to get married in 2022. Yes, you can get a government job in 6 months. That's not how the tarot works. The tarot will give you advice on how you can make these things happen, or whether or not they are actually a good idea for you. Pendulum will give you a yes or no answer. Pendulum will say yes, you can have a job within 6 months, or no, you will not have a job in 6 months. So the pendulum will probably answer no to can you get a government service within 6 months. The pendulum will probably answer no to that. It will expand on that and give you a little bit of explanation as to why it can't happen within 6 months. Basically, what you're asking for me is a spell. You're asking for me to enchant that reality into existence for you. You're asking me to create an enchantment that will ensure that you get married in 2022, that can ensure that you get a government job in 6 months. Now that's something I can do for you, but at the moment we're doing tarot, so I do plan to give away some spells once the queue is closed. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask the tarot for some advice for you, some general guidance. And Chandrayi, you are in fact after Shri Shri. You are after... let me just see. Yeah, you are after... trying to make sense of what you typed in there, Chandray. And also, when it comes to that kind of question that you're asking me to see who stole your clothes, that's something that I have to use the scrying bowl for. The scrying bowl of Black Water. That will show me symbols that I can interpret that will answer your question. It will give me little subtle hints. But Chandra, please use your curtains if you must. Use your curtains to create something that you can wear, so you can go out to the store and buy something else to wear. Post on your social media, ask for help. Ask and you shall receive. Close your eyes and ask the spirits of the universe. And you shall receive. Don't worry about getting your clothes back from the thieves. Worry about securing yourself anew. When reality shifts and something changes in reality, we don't try and go back to the old reality to fix it. We just work with what we have in the present reality and change it. Change it into something new. What advice does the tarot have for Chandra regarding her recent robbery? Past interval is the 3 of discs. This is hopelessness. Hopelessness regarding your physical security, your safety, and your income, your finances, also your health. 3 is about awakening. It's about becoming aware of what's required, of what you want and what's required. And then the reverse card indicates that it feels too big for you. It feels like this hope, this idea of what it is that you'd like to see for yourself regarding your finances and your health and your security. It feels too big for you. And this is past interval, so it's something you've already come through. I don't know how recent your robbery was, if it was like last night or if it was a week ago, but it's something that's already happened. But this hopelessness was already around before the robbery. You already felt like your dreams for your physical reality and your career and your health was bigger than what you could accomplish. Too heavy for you. The weight of that future that you wanted too heavy for you. This card wants to say to you that that's nonsense. That whatever you can visualize is within your grasp. It takes patience. It takes patience and commitment, and those are infallible tools. Yes, there are other tools that can make things happen, but patience and commitment are the absolute keys. There's nothing that patience and commitment cannot accomplish. I don't like that Captain Starship. These are words that you're using. Christ consciousness, perversion, truth. These are all words that have absolutely no meaning. Christ consciousness. Everyone who uses that word applies a different meaning to it. Some would say Christ consciousness is the return of Christ. Some would say Christ consciousness is what Christ had, what Jesus had, what the other prophets had. Some would say that Christ consciousness is an ego trap. Everyone who uses this word uses it differently. And perversion, everyone who uses this word uses it differently. And what do I consider to be perversion? I consider men who jack off to pictures of feet on the internet. That's perverted. And the word truth, that doesn't even exist. There is no such thing. Everything is subjective. The only truth that you have is your own discernment, the inner knowing that you have, whether advice or teachings will affect your life positively or affect your life negatively. Anyway, back to Chandra. In the present we have the Ace of Discs. So this is what you're doing in the present, and it's pretty much what I suggested to you, which was asking for help, just communicating, like you did here. You communicated to me that your clothes have been stolen. So communicate with all of the people that you're in your support structure, family, friends. Post on social media. Just communicate that you have had this misfortune, and communicate what you need in order to be secure. Like 3 outfits should be enough. You can wear one outfit for 2 days while you wash another one and wait for it to dry, and that's enough to start with. That's enough until you can get more. This card also talks about discernment. It's saying if you know that there are people like in your sphere who will laugh at you if you tell them about what's happened, or if you ask for help, then don't speak to them. Don't communicate it to them. Only communicate to the people that are close to you, that you care about, and that you know care about you. Future interval is a 10 of Wands. So this is completion. This is saying that what's about to open up for you is the manifestation of your desire. So whatever it is that you desire right now, and it looks to me like you desire first retribution. You want to see these thieves suffer for what they've done because it's wrong. And secondly, you want to be secured. You want to be made secure and get enough clothes so that you don't have to worry about being naked in public or being indecently dressed. So this is going to happen. The cards are saying this is going to happen. These thieves are going to suffer for stealing from you, and you are going to get clothes. Even if you don't get the clothes back, you're going to get enough clothes to keep yourself warm and to keep yourself decently clothed and modest. As a result of your communications and expressing what's happened and asking for help, you will get what you are asking for. Okay. Captain of Starship is another obvious troll. If there is no absolute, then there is nothing. You are right, there is nothing. There is no absolute. I typed that you should dislike and follow the logic to its natural conclusion. This text doesn't say anything. You are looking at nothing. Exactly. That is literally how it is. Your reality is defined by what you choose to observe. Every quantum particle exists in every single possible state, including the state of nothingness and absence at the same time, and it exists across every quantum timeline at the same time. You collapse it into the present moment and make it real by observing it. That is what we do as human beings. That is what we do as consciousness. That is what consciousness is. It's here to collapse reality into its state of being. Something cannot come out of nothing unless consciousness is applied to it. Before there is anything, something has to happen. Now, in the terms, I'm going to use the Bible's Genesis as an example. Before God says, "Let there be light," the earth is dark and formless. There is nothing. It is just zero. And for zero to become something, it has to have will applied to it. It has to have consciousness. So that nothingness, that absence, had consciousness, and that's what you could call God. And that consciousness decided to observe something other than nothing, and it twisted into a figure 8 motion. It twisted into a figure 8, and suddenly there was -1 and 1. There was "let there be light," and on the other end there were things like gravity, radiance, and current. -1 and 1, their total value is 2, and so on and so forth. As soon as there was that twist, as soon as consciousness observed something other than 0, the potential for everything becomes a reality. And it's the same for us as humans. Everything that we observe is there because it is being observed. Otherwise it wouldn't be there. But anyway, now that I've given you a little bit of chaos theory, I'm going to block you, Captain Starship. Or just time out. You can come back later once you've had something to think about. Time to think about. Welcome, Princess. Thank you for joining the queue with your #tarot. Asiv, thank you for joining the queue. You don't have to ask your question more than once. I'm moving on to see who is next. Just want to let you guys know that when this timer expires, my queue does close for now. It's not the end of the stream. I will open it again in another hour and a half after it closes. In between, we're just going to take a break and do some other things. Black Water Scrying, spell casting. Just going to do a few other things in between. I'm going to have a look and see who was next after Chandra. Yana on YouTube. So Yana, if you are there, let me know. It's been a while since you texted, but if you are there, please let me know. So guys, I was talking earlier about how your reality is defined by what you observe. So that is very useful information. Stop observing negative narratives up here, because the more focus you give to those imagined events, the more likely they become, the more likely it is for it to manifest. And that's literally how spells work. You take that vision of the future you want to create, and then you bring it down into a single point for focus, and you focus all of your energy and emotions onto that single point. And basically you punch a hole through reality from where you are into that visualized reality, that one that you're choosing to observe. So Yana is obviously not here. We're moving on. Asiv is next. Well, Asiv didn't type #tarot until now, so I'm having a look to see if anyone else did in between. Yeah, so it is still Asiv, and Asiv wants to know if she should leave her boyfriend. Did he cheat on you? Did he physically abuse you? Because if the answer to either of those is yes, then yes, you should leave him. I mean, you can forgive and try again, but you don't want that cycle to perpetuate. So once you forgive, you set a boundary, and if he attempts to cross that boundary again, then it's done. I'm gonna answer your question by consulting the pendulum and drawing a card for you. Welcome back, Calming Vibes. What advice does the tarot have for Asiv regarding her relationship? So I'll draw that card for you in a sec. First we're going to ask the pendulum if you should leave him. See what the spirits are going to say. See how they tilt the pendulum, where they tilt it, where they choose to move it to. On behalf of Asiv, the one known as Asiv, should she leave her boyfriend? It's saying yes. That forward and backwards motion is a yes. And it's also given me a slight anti-clockwise motion, and that usually indicates that things are not as they seem. So what you're observing, he's just cold. It's not all that it seems. The pendulum is saying to me that that coldness is born out of triggers. So there are certain things that you are doing and saying that trigger him, and he's suppressing all of those feelings. So at some point it's going to explode. The coldness is deliberate towards you. It's almost like he's trying to punish you for something that you're not even responsible for, and that is quite toxic. So yeah, pendulum is advising you to get out of that relationship before you get traumatized, if you haven't already been. So the advice that the card has for you is that both of you have been doing the best that you can with your emotions. You have pasts, so there are things from your past that are affecting your relationship, unhealed traumas from past relationships. Basically, if like I was cheated on, I was left abandoned by my wife, my ex-wife, so even in my present relationship I have this like constant nagging fear that I'm going to be abandoned again, that my partner currently is going to be unfaithful, and there are moments when I almost want to believe that she has been unfaithful or that she is planning to pack up and leave, and this is never true. This is my own anxiety because of past traumas. So basically, you guys have been doing the best that you can with your emotional being, with the traumas you've experienced, but being in this relationship together is you guys overreaching. It's trying to reach for more than what you best can actually accomplish. You need to focus more on yourself, and he needs to focus on himself. You guys need to heal a bit before you try and get into a serious committed relationship. Getting into this relationship that you're in was both of you reaching too far. So imagine this is where you are in your emotional state. That's where you want to be in a healthy relationship, and you're trying to leap from there to there. That's not how it works. First you gotta heal yourself, then you gotta love yourself, and then you've got to learn to be flexible with other people and take responsibility for your own shadows and triggers and not make others responsible, and then you can have a healthy relationship. You're welcome, guys. Welcome, Asiv. So I'm going to do one more free reading before we start doing something else. Welcome, Soft. So I'm going to give my last reading to Princess, if Princess is still here. Now, I'm not going to close the stream now. I'm going to just take a break from tarot. So Princess, no, you're up next. I'm checking the chat to see what your question was. I saw you typed #tarot, but what was your question? Okay, it was just a love reading, general love reading for you and P. Cool. So this is the last one that I'm going to give for now, and then I'm going to take a break from tarot. We're going to do some spells, and I'm going to demonstrate some Black Water Scrying, and yeah, you guys can feel free to chat with me, and then I'll open the queue for tarot again a bit later. What advice does the universe have for Princess regarding her relationship with the one referred to as P? Hey Jock. Hey Pug. Come sit here for a moment. Come here. Come here. Come. Say hi. Say hi. This is Jock the pug. He's the abnormal pug. He's not a full-bred, thoroughbred pug. He's like crossed with a Scottie. As you can see by his long nose. Pugs have flat noses. His mom had a flat nose and his dad was a Scottie. Okay, so your past interval, Princess, is number 18 of the trumps. It's called the Moon. This card is all about realization in every sense of the word. This is a past interval, so it's something you've come through. Basically 2022, the start of 2022, with your New Year's resolutions or whatever it is you set in motion in this relationship, whatever you set in motion for this relationship, you realized that you actually had all of the tools that you need to make it happen, that you have all of the tools to make this relationship succeed and to find fulfillment within it. And then you stepped out to make that become realized, to bring it into reality, and that's what has happened. It's come into reality. Now this is more than just the relationship itself. It's also talking about the things that you desire from life, like your purpose and his purpose, and both of you both can support one another's dreams. He has creative potential and you have creative potential, and you can lend that potential to one another and be flexible and create basically the support structure that can build both of your dreams. And you realize that you have the tools to do that, and that this relationship can only benefit that outcome. And then you guys started doing that. You actually set out to accomplish your lives together in the relationship, collectively and individually. It's a really cool card. Love to see it there. I love to see that it's in the past, that it's something you've already done. Jock, you make me itch all over the place. It's like I'm allergic to your fur. 10 of Wands in the present. Very nice. So 10 of Wands is about seeing the completion of your desires, seeing all the intentions you've put out into the universe returning to you. And that's happening right now in the present. When the card is reversed, it talks about misfortune, where you've put out negative intentions into the universe, and so you're receiving negative intentions back. But this card is the right way around. So yeah, there are always a few negative self-serving intentions that we put out. We learn each time, we do better each time. But basically, most of the intentions that you've set have been selfless and have been constructive, and yeah, you sowed those intentions towards your desires. So all of that is returning to you now within the relationship. Everything that you've invested into the relationship, all the passion, all the time, it's all now returning. It's the value that you tried to create with those investments is now returning. It's coming into fruition in the present. This card also wants to suggest to you that you plant more seeds. It's like if I plant a wheat crop and then it grows and it's ready for harvest, and I harvest it and I neglect to plant more seeds, I'm going to have no harvest next season. So the card just wants to remind you to go ahead and put new seeds in the ground, set new intentions, communicate new desires or whatever. Just set the new cycle in motion while you're receiving the rewards of the last cycle. Your future interval is the Eight of Wands. So the Eight of Wands, it's reversed. It's talking about some changes that are going to happen as a result of setting new intentions now in the present, and as a result of communicating those new desires and new intentions. The relationship is going to make a little bit of a shift. It's not an unhealthy shift. It might be difficult to go through it, but it's only going to bring you guys closer together, and it's only going to bring you both into more authentic alignment with who you are individually. The 8 energy is all about, so whenever there's an imbalance, then 8 energy is about moving back into balance. It's about making changes to lifestyle or habits, breaking old habits, breaking old cycles in order to become more balanced in the present. So once you communicate whatever your new desires are or whatever new intentions you're setting, then you're going to become aware of who you need to become in order to see that desire realized, and then making the changes from who you are currently to who you need to be in order to live in that state where your desires are manifested. So this is saying that there's going to be some of the things you're going to have to let go of, and some of the changes you're going to have to make are things that you have attachments to, so it's going to be difficult to break those habits or make those lifestyle changes, but push forward and make it happen, because the universe is going to give you no choice. The universe is going to put you into new circumstances where you have to become aligned. You have to adapt and make the changes. So it's best to go ahead and start doing that, acknowledging the changes that need to happen, and start the process of your own accord, so that you are somewhat prepared. And don't get completely knocked down when the universe forces you into that situation. And that is the conclusion of your reading. Princess now asks, I am going to be pregnant has come in one reading. Interesting. Saying, even if I'm in a mood to break up with him, it has came that he will be my husband. Captain of a starship really wants to get blocked permanently. Banned and blocked. The truths you've told yourself disqualify every belief. Indeed, that's the point. You know, belief is a tool. You shift and change it in order to accomplish your goals. Saying spiritual entity would make you believe that you can create anything you want. Lol. And I take offense at calling Christ consciousness a twist of the truth. The honest answer to that is that I really don't care, because it's just a word, my friend. As I said to you, all of these things that you're saying are words. Deceit, belief, spiritual entity, these things have different meaning to every human being. They're just words. Christ consciousness, everyone has a different understanding of what that means. To me, it doesn't have meaning because of that. I don't choose to give it meaning. It doesn't make any sense to me, so therefore it's meaningless. I think that the character of Jesus of Nazareth is a really healthy example of the masculine, of divine masculinity, of like healthy masculinity. So to try and replicate his character is extremely healthy. Some people will call that Christ consciousness. But then I've met people who are very much in this Christ consciousness, who are so deluded and who use it as like ego justification to take advantage of others or make themselves seem better than others because they're Christ conscious. So, you know, because of all of these contradicting meanings, I choose not to use the word because, I choose not to give it any meaning in my own reality. But cheerio, it was nice having that chat. I think it was valuable. It allowed me to express some other valuable truths to, very ironic that I use that word, some very valuable lessons, also not the hacks, that's the right word, some valuable hacks when it comes to consciousness for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that too. But like I said, it gave me the opportunity to like talk about some actual valuable information. Even if he's not going to take the advice, there is someone who was meant to hear it. So my free readings queue is closed for now. Now that doesn't mean that we're ending the stream. I'm just going to take a bit of a break from tarot, and we're going to cast some spells. I'm going to do some other things, some Black Water Scrying, and we're going to chat, and then I will open the queue again later on. So give me a sec. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to change that queue, change it from closed. Go. So the new gratuity suggestions are, if you like really want to get a reading like right now, you want to interrupt other things for a reading, then you can send that tip. Or if you want to, you can basically, you can get yourself one of those services, even if I'm not giving it away at the present moment, by sending those tips. Also, you can send tips if you enjoy what I'm doing and want to support what I'm doing, you can also like and share and subscribe and follow. All of that is really helpful and helps me grow as a streamer and a service provider and an occultist and sorcerer. You're welcome, Princess. Thank you for joining me today for your reading. So this can go into the background. This can come forward. I want to get like a nice variety of different reflections and colors in the surface. Cool. So, yes, it's time for spells. So I think I'm going to start with 2 and we'll see how long that takes. I'll take 2 pairs. If you guys want to spell, let me know. So Chandra is already here. So Chandra, I need your date and month of birth, and I need that just so I can know the element of your zodiac. It'll help me find a key that is specific and unique to you. And then, yeah, let me know what your desire is. Now, I know you already expressed that you want retribution and you want to have security and make sure that you're clothed. So we'll work a spell for that interest. But if you want to maybe change it up, then let me know. Of course, Nina, please go ahead and ask for a spell. Okay, so I'm going to put down an affirmation for Chandra so long. Careful, John, careful of all the wires, dude. So Nina, I will need to have a desire. There needs to be a desire, and then we need to identify a means to get to that desire. Otherwise, if you are not certain on what you want to manifest, then a servitor isn't going to be the solution. A prayer is more like the solution. Okay, so 14th of November, all my stolen clothes should be immediately returned by the thieves. Strong and impactful retribution for the thieves for such derogatory deeds. You don't need your clothes back, Chandra. Let go of it. That attachment is not healthy. I mean, lust for a specific result is unhealthy. The universe will give you what you desire, which is clothes to put on your back, in ways that you cannot even fathom. Having an attachment to seeing it happen in a very specific way is detrimental to spellcraft. You gotta trust that the universe will make it happen in whatever is the best way, whatever the universe thinks is the best way. So I'm gonna stick to the original idea that I had: retribution for those who stole the clothes, and clothes for you. Clothes to go on your back, secure yourself so you can be clothed. It doesn't necessarily have to come back from the thieves. It might. The universe might choose to do that. The universe might choose to bless you with clothes, new clothes from another place. Amazing, Nina. Thank you for joining that cube. Thank you for your hashtag chaos. Want my first job until the end of March. So you are working your first job and you want to continue working that job for another month. I'm just trying to clarify if you are asking for an extra month's employment or if you're asking to get your first job within a month. Okay, so an affirmation for Chandra. I see. Now that's clarity. Thank you, Nina. I think an affirmation for Chandra would be: those who transgress against me receive retribution as shame and fear and guilt beyond what they can bear. All that has been taken from me shall be returned, multiplied sevenfold, 777-fold. Okay, so Chandra, speak this affirmation out loud and affirm it. Speak this phrase out loud and affirm it. Those who transgress against me are afflicted by shame and fear and guilt beyond what they can bear. All that is taken from me shall return 777-fold. Amen. So mote it be. Nina wants her first job by the end of March. So Chandray, before I can go any further with your spell, I still need your date and month of birth. I see Nina has given me date and month. All right. "14th of November. Is that Scorpio? Or is that Sagittarius? I know that 18 December is Sagittarius. Anyway, affirmation for Nina. Let's see. Do you have a job description in mind, Nina? Do you have, like, have you studied to do anything specific? Or do you have like a dream job in mind? Because I'm thinking affirmation for you something like, I am the ideal candidate for insert job description here. So please let me know. You say yes, you do have something in mind, so please let me know, because I'm thinking your affirmation should be, I am the ideal candidate for occupation within insert job description here. Content writer, that's fucking beautiful. Or customer services in English language, that's fucking cool. Have you heard of the website called iWriter? I used to work for iWriter. I see that the last time I checked them out, they are not hiring, but you could check them out. It's just iWriter.com. Then you apply, they give you a basic English test, and then you can start writing. It's not ideal, it's small amounts that you get paid for, like 500 word essays and articles, and you get to choose what topics you want to work on. Just an idea. It's a good way to get like little bits of extra money on the side. Even if you get employed in customer services or as a full-time content writer, if you need some extra cash, then you can make some quick cash with iWriter if they are hiring. So your affirmation will be, I am the ideal candidate for occupation as a customer service provider or content creator, content writer, copywriter. I mean, ideally you want to be writing whatever you want to write about, so content creator. You know, like getting hired by a specific website to post blog articles regularly just to keep content flowing, and then you get to decide. They'll give you some basic pointers to talk about, but for the most part you get creative freedom. That would be ideal. Okay, so here's your affirmation. I am the ideal candidate for occupation as a content writer and customer service consultant. Affirm, so mote it be. Out loud, please. And then, now I'm ready to roll the dice and get some keys for you guys. Okay, so this one is for Chandray, and it is 9, and you are, I believe, an earth sign or air sign. What is Scorpio? Water sign. Maybe? Yes, water sign. Scorpio is a water sign. So 9, when it comes to water, this is your key on how you can unlock this desire. Those who transgress against me are afflicted by shame and fear and guilt beyond what they can bear. All that is taken from me shall return 777-fold. That key 9, when it comes to water, as I interpret that number, the numerology of it is to self-reflect on your emotional being. Self-reflect within your emotions and how you have taken this affront. You said you are struggling with rage. Observe that. Go into yourself, isolate for a little bit, and observe your emotional experience. Observe what has happened in the past that has created similar emotional experiences. Reflect on what you did as a result of that emotional experience. Did you act out? Did you react? Did you do something constructive? Basically, you want to see how you've retaliated in the past so that you can make a better choice now in the present. So in the past you might have done something spiteful, something drastic. You might have reacted to these difficult feelings of helplessness that arise when somebody steals your clothes. Now I know that brings about feelings of helplessness and rage. So that can very much lead to like psychosis. It can lead to you doing things that others would say that's psychotic behavior. Now you want to observe how you've coped with helplessness and rage in the past, to see where you reacted to it and how that impacted your reality negatively, and see where you coped well with it and what you did in those situations in order to cope well with it. And you want to integrate those lessons from the past into the present, remembering not to act the same way you did in the past, remembering to apply your methods for success in coping with those feelings, and then do something constructive with those feelings. Like that could be writing it down. Write a letter to your thieves. That's a constructive, creative effort. Draw a picture. Draw a picture of you stabbing thieves to death, if you like. That is a constructive, creative outlet for the feelings. And then creativity isn't limited to your typical like creativity where it's music, painting, and that sort of thing. If you are going to take some kind of constructive action towards your dreams and your career, that is also a creative energy. You're also applying creativity to secure yourself. So whatever you choose to do, whatever creative thing you choose to do, as long as it's not a reaction to the feeling. If you're doing something, if you're choosing to take a constructive action, it's not a reaction. If you're choosing to do something like run around in the street grabbing people and saying, "Did you steal my clothes?" That's a reaction. So yeah, there you go. You see, you contact people who can help, but yes, it was pretty sorrowful, teary-eyed, as well as very angry and helpless. So reaching out to contact people is what we saw with your tarot spread. Your present interval card, the Eight of Discs, was talking about you interacting with people who can help, and that was how you got to your outcome of seeing your desire to be secured realized. Oh snap! My video froze. Shit, well at least you guys can still hear me, so I'll get that running again, and I'll continue with your servitor, and I'll continue collecting your keys, but thank you for letting me know. It will not take me too long to get back. So it's booting. It's rebooting. It'll be back soon. What was I saying? I was saying constructive action would still be something like writing about how you feel, writing a letter to the thieves themselves, like an imaginary letter, as if you were talking to them, or drawing a picture of you stabbing them, or taking a look at your house and seeing what can you improve in your living space, or what can you do, what project can you work on out of the projects that you've already started. That would be a creative action. And I'm gonna bring both Mars and Jupiter into the situation. I'm gonna bring those planetary frequencies in because Mars rules over warfare and strength and endurance and will, and Jupiter rules over security and abundance and wealth. So I'm going to bring both those into your servitor. TASF, TASF. Or let's just go with AS. And then I'm choosing letters to take out of the affirmation to program into the servitor. So T from transgressors, A from afflicted, S from shame, B from bear, and then R for return, 7 and F. But before I go on with that, Chandra, I would like you to visualize this outcome. I want you to see it in as much detail as you can. What does it look like? How, like, do the thieves come to your front door and hand you back your clothes, or do you wake up tomorrow morning and find that everything that was stolen is laying on your doorstep, or does the people that you reached out to start like a fundraising project and people start donating clothes and it all comes to you in the mail and you get a whole abundance of new amazing outfits beyond what you could even imagine? And I want you to visualize the thieves in their pain. I want you to visualize them cowering under their tables in fear of God's judgment. I want you to visualize them crying on the toilets with shame and guilt, begging for you to forgive them even though you can't hear them. Visualize the outcome. Visualize it in as much detail as you can. sec, guys. There we are. Video's back. Okay. So the same applies for you, Nina. Visualize your outcome. Your affirmation was, I'm the ideal candidate for occupation as a content writer and customer service consultant. So visualize that outcome. What does it look like? Does it look like you having full-time employment as a service provider, customer service consultant, where you basically work from home, and there's a certain time of day when you have to sit in front of a laptop and receive calls, and then, or do you go into the office? Do you go into a specific office where you sit in like a I don't know what they call them, teleconsultant, like where there's rows of tables with telephones and computers, and everybody's on the phone with their headphones, and then working on the side for a freelance project like iWriter. There's many like that, or having your own little content writing gig on Fiverr. Or does it look like you having a full-time position as a content writer for a blog, for a website, and having a part-time position for an online consultant service? Visualize it, and visualize like your routine. What do you get up and you go to work, or do you get up and you go and sit in front of your computer with your pajamas on and do your customer services? What does the reality look like for you? And then visualize, how does reality change because of this employment, because you are now a content writer and customer service consultant. How does that change for you? Do you move out of where you're currently living and get into go and get yourself an apartment? Do you live alone? Do you move in with your boyfriend if you have one? How does your lifestyle change because of this employment? And yeah, just visualize it all. You can visualize all of these possible outcomes. So you said they're full-time position. Now it doesn't actually matter which outcome you visualize. The point is we want to just create that vision of the outcome. The universe will give what we're casting for in ways that we don't really expect will happen, but we have to have created a vision of what we want first. Okay, Chandre, here's your servitor. Don't know if I've cast a spell for you before, but basically you want to take a screenshot of this guy. And draw him out. Now it doesn't have to be exactly the same, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I want you to screenshot him and draw him out, and then visualize him until you get your outcome. So you will know that the spell is cast once you have received new clothes or received your old clothes back. You will just have to trust that the thieves are suffering, because you won't get to see it for yourself except in your mind, but you can know if you get your clothes back or if you get new clothes that the spell has worked and they are suffering in retribution. So you'll visualize him every now and then, whenever you're bored or whenever you feel those emotions of frustration, then visualize your servitor. He's alive, living creature, and his purpose is to punish the thieves and to make sure that you get 777 times what you lost, one way or another. Once you get those things back and you know that the thieves have been punished, you can forget about him. You can throw away that page that you drew him on and you can forget about him. So here is a key for Nina. Nina is a fire sign. Okay, so the number is 15, but I'm going to put those numbers together and make it 6. And to do with fire, so basically you have passion. You have a passion and a desire for something. So this key, the Numerology of 6, is saying basically you want to connect with people. You want to, in order to get closer to this outcome or to make it happen faster, you want to connect with people that you already know, who do things like this. You want to try and start making new connections, joining social media groups. Making new connections with people who are doing this kind of thing and who are passionate about this kind of thing, and interacting with people you already know who are passionate about this kind of thing. Now, you're going to be met with some resistance as you do this, as you reach out and you communicate this is what you're doing, and as you apply for positions like this. You're going to be met with some resistance. People are going to say some nasty things, make you seem small, like your skills aren't adequate enough, but that's other people's projections. That's things they feel about themselves. It's not true for you. You have a spell, you have a servitor making sure that you're going to get what you desire. So you don't have to pay any attention to them. You can listen to what they have to say and you can say, thanks, not interested. I'm just going to focus on what I'm doing. And now the point of making these connections is in order to learn the things that you are lacking. So you have a certain amount of knowledge, you have a certain amount of experience and a certain amount of resources to make this happen. Technology, computer, cell phone, headphones, maybe you've got some technology, you've got some knowledge, you've got some experience, but now you want to, there's always limits on how much resource we have at our disposal and how much knowledge we have to apply. Now, when you interact with people who have been doing this already and who are also starting out, they have a different perspective and they have different hacks or tricks or methods, and you can learn from their example, and they will also learn from you because your perspective is unique as well. So basically 6 is about evolving past your limits through interacting with others. Basically, that's your key. And we're going to bring Jupiter into this servitor. We're going to program Jupiter's frequencies into it, because as I was saying earlier, Jupiter is about wealth and security and abundance. Strong fortress vibes. King vibes, like ruler of your own universe vibes. Okay. So Nina, there is your servitor. Same as what I said to Chandre. I want you to screenshot him and draw him out. Doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be exact. You just want to draw him out, and occasionally you'll want to visualize him. Every time that you're applying for one of these jobs, whenever you're joining a new group or interacting with someone who does this kind of thing, you want to visualize him. And basically he is like a spirit guide or a pet, and he's alive. He follows you around to make sure that you get what we're casting for, to make sure that you are perceived as the ideal candidate for these kinds of positions. And yeah, and ensure that you evolve past your limits through every interaction you make. Now, I'm not quite done with the spell. What we've done so far is we've gathered all kinds of energies together. We've gathered frequencies together, thoughts and ideas. We've given them their very first physical form by speaking them out loud, giving them physical form on a page. So if you take a hammer and you hit it against the wall, it might make a dent in the wall, but it doesn't go through the wall. The area of effect for the energy that you're applying, the kinetic energy from hitting the wall, the area is too wide. So it's the same with all of those things: the visualization of the outcome, the visualization of the means to get there, the numerology, the resistances, all of that. It's a lot of things to focus your energy on. So when we cast a spell, we power it with emotional energy, and emotional energy powers spells like electricity powers computers and technology. But again, it's too wide of an area for us to really make much of an effect if we try and focus our energy onto that. So what we've done with the servitor is we bring all of those energies, all of those frequencies, and all of those thoughts down into a single point, and we focus our energy on that single point. So the analogy of the hammer, now if you put a nail against the wall and then hit the nail with a hammer, it goes through the wall. Boom, punches through, because the area of effect for all of that energy that's being applied is now so much smaller, it's able to punch through the wall. So same thing here, we're punching a hole between reality as it presently is and the reality that we desire, that we're moving to. And as I was saying earlier, reality only exists because we observe it. So the more energy we give to the reality you observe, the more likely it becomes to manifest. This dramatically increases its potential because we've brought it down. The area of effect for our focus and observation is so much smaller, it's a lot more effective. Now, summoning that kind of emotional energy is quite time consuming. So I did it in advance by creating this little enchanted potion or fetish. There are 3 symbolic ingredients in here, and the first one is rainwater, and that corresponds with pure emotional energy. So when you feel things like rage and fear and love, you feel the emotion, but it's an emotion, it's not in your physical body. And there's sometimes the emotion gets strong enough that you feel it in your physical body. Fear can get to the point where your heart races, etc. But pure emotional current is when there is so much emotional energy going on in your body that you start to feel it like electricity, like literal electricity moving through your body. For me, it kind of feels like soda water being poured on the top of my head, or as if I was hanging upside down and the soda water was being poured on my feet and it's running upwards. That's kind of how it feels. In the occult community, they call this ecstasy. They call it emotional ecstasy. And I've referred to it as pure emotional energy. It corresponds with the rainwater. The symbol rainwater is a symbol of that pure emotional energy. So I relived all of my most intense emotional experiences, and I built the emotion up slowly. I relived those experiences, building the emotions up little by little until I felt that pure emotional current moving through my body. At the time that I did this, that I enchanted this fetish, I felt it coming from the ground up, not from the sky down. And once I started to feel that buzzing, that electrical soda water buzzing, then I started to speak the enchantment and putting the three ingredients together. So the first one was the rainwater, second one was fruit seeds. Now the fruit seeds are symbolic of a container for energy, a space where energy can be contained, a container for huge amounts of potential. You plant a fruit seed, it's a tiny little capsule, but it has the potential to be a bountiful fruit tree. So symbolic of containing huge amounts of potential energy. And then the third ingredient is ashes from a page, very much like this one, with intentions written on it. And those intentions were that the spell that I'm working, the enchantment, is to collect and contain energies for later use. So you guys are asking to see your servitors again. Chandre, there's your servitor. You know, you can always go back in the video. I'm trying to line it up with the camera. You can always go back in the video. The video stays here. And this one is Nina's. Okay, so now I'm going to charge it. Che si adranno con medete. Finiala morlano shiak. E anama. Amin. Viatro mona sakata de. Ruach molosina. Verena aname. Nisa aname. Amin. So the page is reality as it currently stands. The blank paper is reality as it currently stands. The servitors and the affirmations that are drawn on the page are the changes that we desire to make to that reality. The flame is our intentions, and we apply our intentions to reality and transform it in accordance with our desire. And at this point, when I apply the flames, I start to feel that same buzzing. When I apply the flames and start evaporating the potion, I start to feel that very same buzzing that I felt when I enchanted the potion, which lets me know that it's been effective. We watch the symbols as they burn. And that is your spell, guys. Nina and Chandre, thank you very much. So now I want to do some Black Water Scrying, but first I'm going to use the toilet. Yeah, I'm going to go and use the toilet, and then I'm going to demonstrate some Black Water Scrying. And then Nikki joined us and said #tarot. What is happening between Y and S right now? So Nina, Nikki, not Nina, sorry, Nikki. The queue for tarot will open in like 42 minutes approximately. So you can come back in 42 minutes, or you can stick around and watch what we're doing here. We were just casting some spells, and now I'm going to do some Black Water Scrying, but first I'm going to use a toilet, so thanks guys. Nina and Chandre, you guys, once you get what you what you are manifesting, please don't forget about your sorcerer. Please give him a tip. Would be much appreciated. And then to all of my viewers, guys, please like and share and follow and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you very much. Lavina Asrani says, hi, how are you doing? Thank you very much, Lavina. I'm doing pretty well. Yesterday was a little bit of a rocky road. Today I'm feeling quite a bit better, but I am alone today. Well, not alone. I've got all of you guys in the chat. Yeah, my partner has gone to visit her mom. She'll be there until Wednesday. So I'm alone at home, and yeah. Chandra says, Christ consciousness indeed. I had lit up a white candle with frankincense for ascended masters for them to help me with my stolen stuff. I couldn't understand the message of the universe when that schoolgoer was trolling. Yeah, you mustn't focus on the chat, eh? Just like, you can even minimize the chat, because there's always going to be like trolls. And here is Josh helping Yeshua. You know, the name Yeshua is the same as Joshua. They just made different translations for it, but they have the same meaning, and in Hebrew they are the same name. So literally my name implies spiritual reflection of God's redemption. Karin Joshua. And that is deliberate. So Lavina, as you can see, my free readings will only be opening in 38 minutes or so. You can either come back in 38 minutes, or you can stick around until then. Basically, I started out with the queue open, and now we're taking a bit of a break from that, and we'll return to it in 38 minutes. Cool. See you later. Now I would like to give some Black Water Scrying. I'd like to demonstrate what Black Water Scrying is and what value there is to be received in it. So yeah, if anyone's interested, let me know. Lavina says, I am interested and curious. Amazing. So I will do that for you. I'm going to roll another cigarette and I'm going to put some ginger beer in that cup. You can come with though. I'll take the camera with me. Okay, so let's just put this in the chat quickly. Okay. Should have sound. Yes, we do. Okay. Switching the audio tracks so that you can hear what's going on here in front of me. I didn't grab my glass. It's a bit dark in here, I know, but might as well save power if there's no one here. Oh. Some ice. It's quite beautiful scenery outside. I'll show you guys now. That's the view from my front door. Got some vines that grow on the fence there. They blossom. They've got these passion fruit vines and they blossom into the most incredible flowers, but it's almost autumn now, so nothing really going on there. There's a big tree in the yard there. And check it out, there's a wasp nest right here. They get really aggressive once those eggs hatch. For now, they're pretty gentle. But once those eggs hatch, oof, I have to use another door. Oh, almost fell over. Okay, I'm going to switch the audio back over now. Chill cat scrying. Amazing. God's abundant blessings, we are ready to do this scrying. Well, I'm taking my time because we don't have any hurry and you're the only request, but thank you for your patience. I will get to you. Well, we do have Lavina who's interested, but Lavina has not typed hashtag scrying. I don't even know if Lavina is still here. Thanks for keeping me company, guys. Much appreciated. No, Chandra, it's not the same guy. God's abundant blessings is Gopika Carol on other platforms. I know God's abundant blessings. It's not the same guy. That captain of a starship was the first time he came into the stream. First time I've seen him. I suspect that he's the same guy that was trolling in the beginning. Peter Portalage on Facebook, who I blocked. I think it was the same guy, just checking out on another platform. Wouldn't be surprised if we get him on LinkedIn, if we get him on Twitter, if we get him on Twitch. But each time that he does it, I'll just block him again. It's all good. Unless he learns his lesson and stops trolling. In that case, he's welcome to stick around. Yes, Lavina, since you are still here, I will do you first. Please type hashtag scrying so that I know for certain that you are not going to leave before I get going. Well, yeah, it is someone else's turn. It is God's abundant blessings turn. God's abundant blessings asked for scrying when we were still doing tarot. So yeah, and God's abundant blessings typed hashtag scrying earlier than you. So yes, thank you. You are the second person I will be giving the scrying to. So basically, a mystic develops the ability to see visions. We do this through practicing meditation. At a certain point, once you practice meditation long enough, you reach a state of inhibitory trance during your meditations. That's when you're like no longer aware of your physical body, where you're only aware of your consciousness. You're no longer aware of your breathing, you're no longer aware of your physical body at all, or the physical location around you. And in that moment, astral projection is possible, but more than that, visions. If your intention going into that state is to receive visions, visions it is you will receive. So it can take some time to see visions like that. So the scrying is like a hack, it's like a workaround. So I will get into like a semi-meditative state and I will peer into the surface of this water until I see visions. And now sometimes I connect pretty quickly Sometimes it takes me a while, but yeah, I start to see visions and images forming in the surface of the water, and then I interpret those images because they are symbolic. Just like the tarot is symbolic, the images I see in there are also symbolic. The images and things you see in dreams are also symbolic. So basically, it's like having a waking dream. I'm sharing that dream with you, and interpreting the symbols of that dream. That is a basic rundown of scrying. Maybe you've seen like people use a crystal ball in movies and theater, or maybe you've seen other streamers who do it. I don't think there are very many. I know there's a guy here in South Africa who does it, but he doesn't stream. He's got like a channel on actual television, one of the South African channels, and then basically they do like, he's got this camera guy who follows him, and they pick random people and they ask them if he can look into the ball for them, and he does, and he tells them what he sees and interprets it for them, and then the person will give their like a review or feedback. It's pretty interesting. The guy himself, I forget his name, but he's like a really strange, weird character. He doesn't like to talk to people. He will ask, "Can I look into the ball?" and then he will interpret, and then he will just leave. He will leave the person to interact with the cameraman. Yes, Kopika Carol, I never accused you of spamming the feed. Chandra thought you might have been someone else who I blocked earlier. Okay, so starting with Kopika Carol, would you like to ask a question, or should I just gaze into the waters and observe your present? Lord Set, ruler of chaos and the currents of the sea, open a path between me and Gopika Carol so that I may observe her present, his or her present, and find the clarity and wisdom that he or she needs to hear. So the very first thing that I see in the surface of the waters is an owl. The owl is perched on some kind of flat surface, and there is like a grey cloud hovering over the owl's head. Now I see the owl taking flight, but he flies close to the surface of what looks like a lake. The full moon is reflecting in the surface of the lake. The next thing that I see is a doorway. I see a room and there's a doorway, but there is some kind of boulder or big stone blocking the doorway. The image morphs and I see a face. It looks like the face of a monkey, and he is kind of smiling, showing his fangs. He has quite sharp teeth. The image morphs again, and I see a man. He seems to be sitting. I don't know what he's sitting on, but there's a wave, like an ocean wave, crashing down on him. The images morph and distort and diffract, and I can't make any sense out of what I'm seeing. And this, I understand, is that I've seen everything that I'm supposed to see. So now I will interpret the symbols. The first thing that I saw was the owl, and this is you. You are a night bird. You hunt serpents. You hunt rats. Now these are symbols as well. Rats are thieves, people who are intrusive and who pocket things. You point them out, you expose them, you devour them spiritually, emotionally, with your tongue. You chastise them with your tongue. Serpents are toxic people, narcissists, people who make themselves out to be more than they are and try to make others feel like they're less, who think they're strong because they can do harm. you also use your tongue to chastise these kinds of people and expose them. That is what it means to be a night bird. But there is this heavy cloud over your head. The cloud distorts your vision of the sky. The sky representing spiritual guidance, knowledge of purpose. So you've got this emotional cloud, all of these thoughts that bring difficult emotions that cloud your vision of the sky, to cloud the messages that come from the divine, that come from the heavens. At some point you take flight, you fly forward, you fly into freedom, trying to move forward with whatever it is that you're creating to fulfill your purpose as a night bird. You fly very close to the waters though, you don't leave the water's surface. The full moon reflects in the surface of the waters. This talks to me about you stay close to the water symbolizing emotions, your emotions, the same emotions that come from those thoughts that are a cloud above your head. So you're flying close to the waters, and the reason that you do this is because of the full moon, and the full moon is a symbol of motherhood, of femininity in its full state. So the waxing moon is the virgin archetype as she's rising into her fullness, the princess, and the full moon is the queen, the mother. So there is a reflection of your mother in the woman in your life, and your thoughts, I don't know if you are male or female, but your thoughts, they're clouded by the influence of the mother archetype, of this reflection of your mother and motherly influences within the woman around you. This is what creates this cloud. There's something to do with your relationship with your mother that is affecting your emotional being and keeping you low to the waters, preventing you from flying free in the night sky. Then the waters showed me another version of the same symbol, the stone in front of the doorway. So that is you trying to fly free. It's like trying to step through this doorway, stepping out of this room, this cage, this box that you've kept yourself in for so long. You want to step out, but there seems to be an obstacle between you and the door. And then the monkey's face appeared. The monkey is a symbol of your thoughts. It's the monkey brain is that it's all those distracting thoughts that keep a person occupied, and they sit in their alone time and they can't focus because all of these thoughts are like coming in and out like a roller coaster, all of these influx of random thoughts jumping from one to another, keeping your mind diffracted. And then this results in a tidal wave crashing onto you, the person sitting being you again, this wave of emotional despair smashing into you. So there are some positives to this. Being a night bird is a powerful thing. The monkey brain can be overcome through meditation and other things that hone a person's focus, writing, drawing, anything that requires that you focus for a long period of time and remove yourself from that monkey brain thought of jumping from one topic to another. Something creative will help you develop focus. Meditative practices will help you develop focus. This will help you fly away from the surface of the water. This will help you step through that doorway, move that rock from the doorway. The rock is the monkey brain, that lack of focus, the diffracted focus. So there are things that you can do to hone your focus and your ability to step through that doorway and your ability to fly away from the surfaces of the waters. I'm going to give you some further clarity with the die. And the runes. So first thing that the numerology of the die cast is saying to me, 12 and 4 is 16. So there is some sort of identity crisis going on for you, where there are things you've believed about yourself and what you're capable of that are not necessarily true. So you've reached out to grab a hold of certain potentials, you've tried to walk through that door, You've tried to fly away. You've tried to take flight and be free, but yeah, you believed you were capable of more than you actually were, so that was jarring to the identity. Now, the advice that has for you is that it's basically a choice that you're faced with now. You can either blame the environment, you can either blame people in your life, you can either blame your mother, or the woman in your life, or the environment, or the universe, for your state of affairs. Find reasons to make everything else responsible for your insecurities, or you can take responsibility for them, integrate them, accept, yes, I have believed this about myself and it turns out it wasn't true. I've believed this about the world, turns out it wasn't true. I've believed I was capable of something, turned out it wasn't true. But I know that there are things about me that are true. Things like I am productive, I am creative, I am humble, I am compassionate and understanding, I am honest, I am discerning, and I'm able to use these things to support the people around me. So there are things about yourself that you can integrate into your identity and start building your character around those facts about yourself. And that is a way that you can move forward as well. Something that will help you move that obstacle out of the doorway, something that will help you fly away from the surfaces of the waters. Now I'm going to draw a rune for further, so that I can get a new perspective on the numerology of the sky. And we have water, the water stone. So yeah, it's very synchronous with everything that we saw in the waters, but basically the numerology now in relation to water is facing those emotional challenges. So the aspects of the woman in your life, or your own femininity, or your mother's influence, the emotional feelings that come up because of their influence, or the triggers that come out in you, to face them. You have grown enough and you have learned enough that you can self-reflect, you can look inside and you can see where those triggers are rooted, and you can make a breakthrough regarding them. You can integrate them. You can go back into that moment in the past where the wound occurred, because it's an emotional wound that keeps coming up. So you can go back to the root of that, and you can speak to yourself in that moment, and you can say, hey, come out of that memory, come into the present moment with me. Look at our environment in the present. See that you are safe in the moment. What the things that made you feel unsafe and hurt in the past are not in the present anymore. You can make that breakthrough. And that is your scrying. Lavina, you are in fact up next. Does that timer say we've got 8 minutes left on the clock? It looks like it. So I'm going to give Lavina some scrying, and then I'm going to open the queue for more tarot. Put this back in the bag. Welcome guys, so I'm only going to do one more scry, and then I'm going to open the queue for tarot readings. So the next scrying is going to Lavina. Gemini, sorry, I have dawdled a little bit too much. Things have taken longer than I thought. I did some tarot readings when I opened. We took a break from that. I cast a couple of spells. I did some scrying. I'm going to do one more scrying, which goes to Lavina Asrani. But these gratuity suggestions on screen, if you would like to prioritize yourself for a spell or for some scrying, send a tip. Otherwise, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to open the queue for some more free tarot. So Lavina, do you have a question that you'd like to ask, that you'd like to get clarity on? Or would you like me to just get some general guidance for you? Amazing. Thank you, Gemini. Please stick around for that tarot. That's nice. I think that the scrying is going to be perfect for answering that kind of question. When you read tarot, the kind of divination that I do there, it's very much in a box. You use tarot and runes and things like that to develop your intuition, and then you start to step out into deeper mysticism of receiving visions during meditation and doing scrying. That really opens up the possibilities of what you will be able to see. Like, I've done scrying sessions where I've seen a person's room where they were sitting at the time that they asked about the scrying. I saw their room and the details of it, and where they had their altar and where the windows were and everything, and their bed and the color of their bed sheets was pretty crazy. And another time I saw someone's brother in the scrying waters. So I was doing scrying on behalf of a client, and then I saw a man's face, and I saw details like scars and beard and eye color, and I described all of these things to him, and he said that's a description, like perfect description of my brother. So the scrying really does open up new realms of possibility. Open a doorway to the energetic sphere of Lavina Astrani and show us what her marriage will look like with Ankit D. The first thing that I see in the waters is a woman wearing a burqa. The next thing I see is a large reservoir of water, and there is like a landing strip, an airplane landing strip beside it. I see a hand reaching out towards a light. It looks like another hand is grabbing onto the first hand, trying to prevent it from reaching the light. The first hand that was reaching out for the light has now become a snake. And it tries to bite the other hand. Now I see a bow being drawn to fire, but there is no arrow loaded in it. And the images begin to distort and diffract. Okay, so to interpret these images, the first image of a woman wearing a burqa describes to me that the marriage will be very traditional. You will be expected to live within very traditional boundaries. The second image of the landing strip besides a reservoir tells me that the marriage will come with a great deal of emotional energy. The reservoir being a symbol of all of that emotional current. And the landing strip is the marriage. It's where you land into security. So these emotional currents will be both positive and negative. There will be joy, there will be happiness, there will be satisfaction, there will be rage and fear and self-doubt, and there will be equal amounts of all of the emotions within this marriage once landed. The next image that I saw was a hand reaching out towards a light, and it was a very feminine hand. So the light is a symbol of hope, and the hand that reaches for it is yours. You reach out towards something that you've hoped for your whole life, but then Ankit reaches out to prevent you from attaining that hope. Now this doesn't necessarily look like deliberately keeping you from going where you want to go, but making efforts to minimalize your light, to make it seem like it's not all that valuable or not really all that worth living for. And as a result, you start to live a new life, a life that's separate to your dreams. So living as if your dreams are not attainable, and in that space you become dangerous, you become toxic, like a serpent ready to bite and inflict pain and suffering on Ankit. So his attempts to restrict you and keep you away from your dreams turns you vengeful towards him. And then the last image with the bow. The bow is a symbol of femininity, and the arrow is a symbol of masculinity. And when the bow is drawn, that is a symbol of working together to accomplish something. So the bow being drawn without the arrow is you having to work alone in order to accomplish your dreams, not receiving any kind of support from Ankit. Instead, only receiving resistance from him. The symbol is twofold. It first of all talks about you working alone towards your objectives. It second of all talks about you having to find satisfaction, sexual satisfaction alone. At first in the relationship there will be a lot of sex, but as the marriage grows older and the years go by, you will probably find that you're not satisfied in the bedroom anymore, and you have to give that to yourself. It's rather bleak, if I must be honest. So your die cast is number 15, and so number 15 talks about resistance, and it wants to give you some advice to the resistance that will come in the marriage. And when Ankit tries to make you feel small or inadequate or like he's better than you, to not try and do the same in return. So adversity, 15, when it comes to adversity, it talks first of all about, there is that negative aspect of it where people are trying to make themselves out to be better and they're trying to restrict everyone around them. And then there's the other side of it, which is healthy when it comes to having healthy disagreements. When somebody says something you don't agree with, you just say, okay, well, you can have your opinion. That's not going to change what I'm doing. I have boundaries. You cannot cross them. I'm going to continue to travel in my own direction and allow you to go in your direction. You can try and make yourself seem better than me. That's fine, whatever. I'm not going to let that prevent me from doing what I dream and what I hope for. So that is the healthy side of disagreements, and the unhealthy side is where everyone's trying to make their opinion seem more right than everyone else's. So the advice there is that that's going to come. He's going to display that unhealthy side of the disagreements at some point in the marriage, and you don't have to do the same in return. You don't have to retaliate the same way. You can just continue in your direction, working alone towards your dreams like we saw with the bow, satisfying yourself in order to attain your objectives. Now I'm going to draw a rune. And it is air. It is the air stone. So what more that this has to say, your die cast in relation to the air stone talks about reflecting on your purpose. So you have a desire, you have a hope for something in the future. Now, when you take action to accomplish your desire, then you are setting purpose, you are existing within purpose. So the advice here is to reflect on what it is that you're working towards. What is the purpose that you've set for yourself? What is that light in the distance that you're reaching for? What is your method to get from here to there? And reflecting on it, identify what it is, identify how you have stepped out to reach for your purpose in the past, and then when you are in the relationship and you are experiencing that resistance, then look at how you used to reach out for the light and see where you have failed, what aspects of your means to get from point A to B resulted in resistance. Make adjustments, learn from the mistakes, learn from your successes also. Avoid repeating mistakes and reapply the methods that you used that were successful. Being subtle and graceful like a certain serpent. The serpent is very sly and subtle. He doesn't let himself be seen as he moves towards his objective. So seeing the serpent in the water is not only a negative symbol of toxicity and danger, but also a symbol of grace and wisdom, learning from your mistakes and applying new methods in order to reach for your goals subtly and unseen. So that is the conclusion of your scrying. That is the conclusion of my scrying for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and open the tarot queue. So the tarot queue is open. Anyone who is gonna type hashtag tarot will get into the queue. Order of first come, first serve. I'm gonna go and start the timer, the countdown clock. I'm gonna move this out of the way as well. And adjust these curtains. Excuse me for a moment. So Lavina, I give one free reading per person per stream. If you would like to have a double reading, if you want a second reading, please send a tip to get back into the queue. So Gemini is first in the queue for a reading. Yeah, sorry Chandra, I'm running out of time for more scrying, but we will do this again on Sunday, so feel free to join me then. Also, I do offer all of these services privately, so if you'd like to send me a direct message on one of my platforms and get some... What did I do with the other die? So weird. I lost them. Between here and there, I lost them. But yeah, please feel free to send me a DM if you want to book privately. And also, it's not too late. You can still send a tip for a scrying, and I will put tarot on hold for you. Okay, Gemini says, I am Gemini and he is Scorpio. Where is this connection heading? Okay, so where is this connection heading between Gemini and the one referred to as Scorpio? Okay, so your past interval here is the Three of Discs. This is telling me that this is a past interval, so it's where you've come from. It's telling me basically that you have been recently feeling quite hopeless about where this relationship is going. 3 is about becoming aware, and Discs is about the physical environment, physical intimacy like sex, and health and career. So 2022 has looked pretty bleak. You have become aware of certain variables in the present and realizing that if they continue on that way, things are only going to spiral downwards, and it leaves you feeling quite hopeless. But the advice for that card is that if you can visualize something else, like reality will become whatever you observe. So if you're observing that downward spiral, downwards is where you will go. So if you can observe an upward spiral of things improving towards something that you hope for, more intimacy, more connection in that intimacy, growth in your finances, and improvements in your health and your eating habits and your fitness, and then you can make it happen for yourself. In the present, I have a 5 of Wands for you. So 5 of Wands is saying to me that you are doing the best that you can in the present. You do have desires for for an upward spiral, for something greater. And so you're quite passionate about that upward spiral. You're quite passionate about moving in a positive, upwards, growing direction, evolving direction. So you are applying your knowledge and your resources to the best of your ability towards that desire. And you're not trying to jump too far ahead. It's commending you and recognizing you, saying yes, you are on the right track, you are doing the best that you can towards what you desire, and you're taking small steps, and that's a good thing, because if you try and step further than what your knowledge and your experiences can take you, then you only get met with resistance, and it's like you take one step forward and go 2 steps back. So small steps is a better option, because as long as you're putting one foot in front of the other, you're still moving towards that outcome, that desire, that end goal. Future interval is the Ace of Discs, so this is nice. This is a key on how you can make progress with that upward spiral, with what you're working towards, what you're applying yourself for. Ace is about communicating, and Discs is about the physical environment. So the changes you want to see, the things that you're hoping for, that you want to avoid, and that you want to create with regards to the physical intimacy of the relationship, and the financial growth of the relationship, and the health changes that you want to see. This card is saying communicate it. As you go forward, now what's opening up for you? Communication, speaking about the changes you want to create, speaking about what it is you desire, speaking about the efforts that you're making, communicating with your partner, and creating that future together, creating that future that you're trying to create, speaking about it and creating it together. Yeah, it's pretty short and sweet, but it is quite an encouraging spread. And so thank you very much for joining. Thank you for your question. And guys, the queue is open for tarot, so if you haven't received a reading, please make a request. Type #tarot with your question. If you have received a reading already in the stream, because I started with tarot and then I did scrying, if you've received these things, then please go ahead and send a tip if you want to join the queue again. And then I want to say to my viewers, please guys, like and share and subscribe and follow. All of these things help me grow and help the stream grow. You're welcome, Gemini. Thank you for joining me. It's time to close that curtain before that sun hits me and I start to sweat. Rikasina says, how much it will take to achieve my desired fitness? Great. You can join the queue. You can be next for a reading. So, something I want to say before I even draw your spread, Rika, is think in terms of 1% improvements. Do 1% more exercise. Do 1% more push-ups. Do 1% more each time. Just 1%. You will find yourself getting fit and strong very quickly like that. And this applies to anything that you do. Think in terms of 1% improvements. Like for me with my guitaring, each time that I play something I've played before, I think, how can I improve this track by 1%? Can I add one more pluck? Can I add, what improvement can I make? It doesn't have to be big, just 1% improvement. and I keep on building that 1% up every time that I practice. Okay, so what's it gonna take for Rika to see his or her desired level of fitness? So your past interval is the 9 of Cups. And what this is saying to me is that you have been reflecting on your emotional experience. So when it comes time to do exercise or to do something that will improve your fitness, there are a lot of resistant emotions to it. This is something you've already been through, you've already done this self-reflection, you've already reflected on it, and it's what's brought you here today, it's what brought you to the present. So you reflected on these emotional experiences that come up. It's like this evolution, this progressive evolution of discomforting emotions, resistful emotions that make you not want to do it. And it kind of inspires you to find any reason not to do the exercise. But when you actually do it, you find that you can really tap into the moment and you can get completely absorbed in it, and it actually really improves the rest of your day from there on out. You feel a lot more awake and alive. So you're doing this self-reflective process in order to find ways to avoid that emotional discomfort. You're looking at where you allowed the emotional discomfort to prevent you from working on your fitness and what kind of methods you use to overcome them. So that you can avoid making same mistakes and you can reapply your methods to find the outcome you're looking for. In the present we have number 7 of the trumps reversed. So in the present, this card is saying that you're feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of your goal. The goal seems too big to achieve. It seems daunting. Like you said, how much will it take to achieve my desired fitness? Where you are, point A, and point B, where you want to be, the gap seems impossible between the two. So you feel overwhelmed and daunted, like it's hopeless. But the card wants to encourage you by saying it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to figure it all out. You don't have to see the results overnight. Find other reasons why the exercise is beneficial to you, not just the outcome. The outcome is great and all. Yes, you have to identify your outcome before you can move towards it, but find other reasons why the fitness is beneficial to your health. Like over here with the emotional reflection, we see that when you do go through with it and you do work yourself, you do find like an emotional breakthrough. You feel better about yourself as a result. So finding other reasons why it's healthy and beneficial to your life will help you feel less daunted by the outcome, because then you can focus on the immediate benefits rather than the long-term benefits. And yeah, then the card wants to say to you, it wants to reiterate what I said, you take small steps. It doesn't really matter. You're saying how much will it take? It's not really about how much, it's about how consistent you are. It's about how much you dedicate to it. Like, it doesn't matter if it's you go for a jog for an hour once a week. It doesn't matter if you do a cardio workout 2 hours a week. As long as there's something, it's better than nothing. As long as you're taking one baby step, you are going to be moving towards your outcome. So yeah, the card is saying it's not about how much, it's just about whether you're willing to commit to a small amount and to be consistent with that small amount. The card lastly wants to say to you, commitment. Stay on the road. Once you've chosen your desired fitness, your outcome, stay on the road. Don't change what you're hoping to accomplish. Don't say, okay, instead of that ideal body shape and fitness, I'm only going to focus on losing so many pounds. No, because when it comes to fitness, it's something you have to maintain. If you stop once you've reached your target quota, then you will gain that again. You'll go back to where you were. You have to stay consistent. It becomes a lifestyle. The things that you do to reach your fitness and maintain your fitness is a lifestyle. It's something you integrate into your life forever. Future interval is the 3 of discs. So this card is saying that there's hope for your desired fitness. That what's about to open up for you is you becoming aware of what's actually required of you. Like you asking me, how much will it take? Now you're now about to become aware of how much it's going to take. Now, it's less about how much effort you're going to put in every session. It's about the commitment. So that's the shift that's going to take place. Instead of focusing on how much effort it's going to require, you're going to become aware of how much commitment it's going to require and what that looks like, and it will bring about hope. So looking at how much energy that you're going to have to exert in one session, that makes you feel hopeless and daunted, as we see with the reverse chariot. But realizing that all it takes is a commitment to a 1% increase opens up a whole new world of hope for your outcome and for your desired fitness. That, yeah, as long as you are committing to a small amount of exercise, to a small routine, small number of hours, small amounts of energy, as long as there is something rather than nothing, you will get to your destination. Yeah, and that is the conclusion of your reading. So thank you very much. Please give the video feed a like. I know you are already a subscriber. Thank you for your recurring support and recurring viewage. I better put this thing back on charge before my video freezes again. What on earth did I do with my die? Did I put it in here maybe? Yes, I did. Yes, indeed, I did. You're welcome, Rika. Every time that you're consistent, you achieve. Every time that you do what you've set out to do and you commit to it, it's an achievement. You are one step closer to your goal. If you know anyone else who will receive value from the services and offerings I provide here, please recommend me. So one of the other services or offerings that I provide is mediumship. So the tarot readings and the scryings is kind of mediumship, but it is all coming from within my own ideal self, so the spirit of my own purpose. I have purpose and spirit are kind of congruent, so I have a desire, and that is for the liberation of mankind. That is my heart's truest desire, to see mankind liberated from suffering of all kind, from fear, from shame, from guilt, doubt, pride, resentment, hatred, self-believed lies, deceit, delusion, self-pity. I want to see mankind free from all of those things. So this is me acting within that spirit. So the mediumship that's happening here, it's a channeling of that spirit. But I also provide an offering of channeling other spirits. So if you have like a god form that you venerate and want to communicate with that god form, I can offer clairaudient translation, where I will invoke the spirit of that god, and I have the ability to hear things in my left ear that go on in the spirit realm, so then I will translate what I'm hearing. I can do this with the dead as well, with dead people. I summon a spirit of death first, and then I call on that specific dead individual, create a gateway for them, and call them in, and then listen for what they have to say, and translate. Calming vibes, I'm so glad to see that you're still here. Thank you for sticking around and for having patience. I don't know if you typed hashtag tarot once the queue opened, but let me know what your question was and I'll give you a reading. Keep up with Kefian. Will Leo text me back today? I'll do that reading for you now. Keep up with Kefian. Will the one referred to as Leo text back today? What advice does the tarot have regarding this relationship? I'm going to draw that card for you in a sec. I'm going to ask this pendulum. On behalf of the one known as Keep Up with Kefian, will the Leo text back today? So, the pendulum initially swung in the answer of no, but then began to swing in the answer of yes. So, I interpret that he will text you back today, but it might be like right before the clock changes. It might be after you go to sleep. Then now it's giving an anti-clockwise rotation, saying that it's not all that it seems. It's not going to be the way you expect, and what he texts back, it might be like one word answer. It might be something dismissive, or yeah, not all that you are hoping for. So, the tarot has given you an 8 of the trumps. So this card is all about shifts and changes, adjustments. Yeah, basically, do you want this relationship with the Leo? If so, there's a certain way of interacting, there's a certain way of being that flexibility, there's a certain level of flexibility that will be required, and understanding. Understanding it's not quite there, so you're bombarding with information and he's not. There's an imbalance, so then you need to make some shifts and become a little bit more flexible with his communication style. Try out different methods in order to create a better balance between how much you give out versus how much you receive. Like, instead of expecting him to text regularly, maybe ask him if he'd like to call, if he'd like to do voice chat or video chat. Try out different methods, make some changes to the way that you've been communicating. Try and be flexible with his communication style and his lifestyle. If you want that, if you really are prepared to do that. Otherwise, move on. Calming Vibe says, I love the healing energy you sent yesterday. I feel so much alive. Will the jealousy stop from other YouTubers towards me? So first of all, thank you very much for your recognition, Calming Vibes, and your feedback. I am very glad to hear about that feedback. I don't really remember all that you asked for healing regarding. If it was like emotional healing, don't really remember. It was Wednesday, that wasn't yesterday. Feel so much alive. You're really, really glad to hear that it invigorated you and helped you move through whatever blockage you were facing. And I will go ahead and do reading for you regarding that jealousy. But I'm not going to ask that question, will jealousy stop from other YouTuber towards me? I'm going to ask, how can you overcome the effects of that jealousy? Welcome back, Navneet. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining me today and keeping me company. Future spouse, physical appearance and height. So the tarot's not going to tell you that. It's not going to answer that question. Maybe the Black Waters will tell you that. I doubt it though. Black Water will tell you other things. It might. Sometimes I see people clearly. Their features and their location. How can Calming Vibes overcome the currents and effects of jealousy towards her from other YouTubers? There is a video on YouTube, it was a couple years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, but someone posted a video on YouTube in like retaliation to a video that I uploaded, basically making fun of it, and I thought it was pretty funny. I thought it was like really, it really demonstrated that I was giving value, that I was triggering people, that I was making progress and growing, because there was jealousy and there were efforts made against my efforts. I thought that was it was very encouraging for me to see that the impact I'm making is so big that others would actually take action to make fun of my efforts. One of my favorite authors wrote, he writes, his name is Peter J. Carroll, and he wrote in, I think, his volume Liber Chaos, he wrote there, when your peers and colleagues and associates rise up in resistance against you, in spite and resistance against you, then you can know with certainty that you're on the right track, that you're making progress, and that you're growing, headed in the right direction. Anyway, here's your past interval card. It is number 17 of the trumps. It's called the Star. So this card is saying that you have been doing pretty well regarding the jealousy. You have been connecting currents from above to below, allowing those feelings that it inspires to just flow through you, not reacting to them. Instead, focusing on your own destination and not interacting with that current of jealousy, just continuing to move towards your destination. Welcome, Sharida. Please type hashtag tarot with your question. Well, you asked for a general love reading. Cool. So, calming vibes. This card has a little bit more to say. It's saying that the decisions you've made as a result of the things that you've chosen to change about your content, and the decisions that you've made in your schedule, the adjustments that you've made, have been right. They've been constructive, a good way to deal with the situation. Present interval is the Two of Swords. So this is saying that in the present there is opportunity and potential for peace and resolution between you and this other YouTuber, but that potential requires commitment that you haven't been prepared to give. Commitment to interaction, commitment to remaining in your authentic character, choosing to continuously demonstrate your compassion and your understanding, committing to that instead of shutting them out or retaliating. So there is the potential for resolution and peace and making amends and actually developing a strong relationship with this person, but it will require a great amount of commitment to that relationship and seeing that resolution, commitment that you have not necessarily, that you don't feel like should be your responsibility. And it's not really. You don't have to seize that potential. You can allow it to slip by. You can just shut this person out. You can just ignore them if that's what you'd prefer. But there is potential for you to build a relationship with them and find resolution. You will have to choose it and reach for it and commit to it. The card is saying that in the present you are trying to find that resolution, but even though you're reaching for the opportunity, you still feel like you shouldn't have to be doing this. You shouldn't have to be committing to fix this. And if you're going to reach for the opportunity, choose to commit, or otherwise just let it be. Future interval is the Prince of Discs. So one way or another, whether you commit to that potential or take a different course of action, what you're going to be doing is facing challenges regarding your career and your YouTube channel and your success, your health, your mental and physical health, your career life, and just the success of your efforts. You're going to be focusing on that, overcoming the challenges you faced, making breakthroughs. That's what is going to be coming up for you. That's what's opening up for you. Basically, you're just focusing on your own reality and making breakthroughs in your own reality. Never mind what other people are saying or doing. And that is the conclusion of your reading. I'm sorry to hear that they're not very nice people. You know, some people base their content around being spiteful and mean, but inside they're actually not nasty people at all. It's just the content that they create. It's like a shell that they wear. Inside they're like a tortoise. They're hiding in the shell of hardness. You're most welcome. Thank you for joining me and for keeping me company today in my lonely hour. Tiholeglo, welcome. Thank you for your question, you are in the queue. Up next is Navneet, and after Navneet will be Miss Sharita. Welcome, I'm Isha. Thank you for joining me. I love to see new names and new faces in the stream. Welcome. Thank you for joining me and keeping me company today. If you'd like a tarot reading, please just type #tarot with your question. And that'll get you into the queue. Calming Vibe says, I do live streaming. A couple people keeps coming to my live streams, making trouble. They keep putting me down. They keep taking my business, taking my kindness for weakness. You just block those people there. You just block them. I had to block like 2 people in this stream. In the last stream that I did, I had to block like more than that, like 3 or 4 people. And sometimes they come back on another account to do the same thing and just block them again, you know. At some point they're gonna get bored of it. So Navneet, we've got some wild cards jumped out for you. That is a 7 of Swords reversed and a Prince of Discs reversed. Basically, this is saying that you keep changing your direction. The 7 of Swords is saying that you keep changing your direction, and this is detrimental to your purpose. So purpose is something you set and you keep changing it. You keep changing what purpose you've set, what your goal is. You set a goal and then you take a few steps towards it and then you change it. So you go back to the starting point. If you're doing this, you're never allowing the outcome to manifest. You keep changing it, so you're starting from scratch again and again and again. And this is leading to suffering in your physical reality. This is leading to a lack in your finances. This is leading to imbalance in your financial spheres. This is leading to imbalance in your health, and it's generally not very helpful to your reality. So once you've set a goal, stick to your goal. Commit to your goal. Stay on that path. What advice does the tarot have? What does the universe want to say to Navneet regarding her future spouse? Welcome, Nicole. It's lovely to see new faces and new names and new faces. Thank you for joining me today. Okay, you've already asked your question. Amazing. So your question will put you in the queue. I'll answer that question when I get to it. Order of first come, first serve. Navneet, your past interval card is the Ace of Discs. This is saying that in past relationships that you've been in, you have miscommunicated things. You've miscommunicated, you've kept certain aspects of your reality to yourself. The fact of having financial difficulties, the fact of maybe having health issues. There are certain things that are very important that should be communicated before you go into a relationship that you've neglected to communicate. But this is in the past. This is stuff that is coming to a close. The card just wants you to be more discerning in the future. When you go into a new relationship, if you don't know the person, when you form a new connection and you don't know the person, then yes, it's wise to withhold certain information. But if you know a person and you want to develop a relationship with them and become more intimate with them, then it's very instrumental and very necessary to communicate clearly. In the present, I have number 3 of the trumps, and this is the Empress. So this card is saying that in the present you're feeling a lot of hope. Hope that the person that you're interacting with is your future spouse. That you've got someone in mind and you're hoping that that is the person. That's why you're asking for specific details, so that you can check the two and see, hey, do I know this person? Is this person in my life yet? This card is also saying to me that in the present moment you are evolving into your femininity. You're evolving into the complete aspect of your womanhood. You're becoming the mother archetype, moving out of that virgin archetype, that princess rising energy. So we've got the waxing moon, which is the development of femininity, and the Empress, the full moon. It's the full embodiment of the mother archetype, of the carer, the nourisher, the one who will take a shield and defend those she loves and stand at their back and use her mouth to encourage them and to defend them, and will use her physical strength if necessary to defend and encourage. She will give of her lifeblood, like not literally cutting herself to feed people, but basically willing to bleed for the sake of those she loves. And you're developing into that archetype right now. So as you reach the fullness of your womanhood, it becomes a concern to you whether or not you're going to have that partner or those people to care for and give that nourishment to, because that nourishment and that loving current is part of who you are. That card wants to also say to you that you can give those things to yourself. You can give that nourishment to yourself. You can defend and uplift yourself. You can love yourself, and you can bleed for your own purpose, for your own goals and your own outcomes. Your future interval is number 2 of the trumps. It's called the Priestess. So this is saying that what's opening up for you is great potential for abundance. That's within your own life. That's within relationships. If you have a relationship, if you're still looking for a relationship, there is potential for those things to manifest. There is potential for satisfaction in your emotional being, to fill your own cup and be satisfied with yourself. There is potential for physical abundance and financial abundance. There is potential for spiritual growth. All of these things are opening up for you. And based on the things that you've learned from the past, you are going to move into that potential and seize that potential with new levels of commitment. It's like you will be planting a seed. The potential is like a seed. You'll be planting it, and then you'll be watering it, and you'll be giving it good soil, and you will be protecting it from weather until it is fully grown and you can reap the abundance from it. You're not going to let that potential slide away, and that's really encouraging. So well done from learning from your past, and wishing you much abundance and prosperity as you go forward. Can't really see what's on that clock over there. So next up is Sharita for a general love reading. Sending you hugs, Isha. Sending you hugs. Thank you for the hugs. I need to adjust that curtain again. General love reading for Sharita. What guidance does the universe and its spirits have for Sharita regarding her love life? Past interval is the Princess of Discs, reversed. And this is just talking to me about your past relationships, particularly with your ex. It's saying that you've come through a bad patch with regards to relationships. Trying to work together with others, trying to work together with past partners to secure yourself financially. Yeah, a lot of difficulty there, a lot of struggle. So the card is recognizing that it wasn't only you who had difficulty working with others, but it is saying to you, you've got to take responsibility for your own shortcomings when it comes to working together with others. Being flexible on budgeting, being flexible with what other people consider to be essentials, allowing other people's creative process to influence yours and vice versa. So it can be really, if you're used to working alone and securing yourself alone, like here's an example, I'm an artist and I'm used to drawing alone, but then sometimes you get the opportunity to co-create and do something artistic with others, and that can be quite difficult if you're used to working alone. So being flexible, letting go of the attachment to outcome and just allowing things to flow, learning from that. Then something else the card wants to say is just you've had bad sexual experiences in past relationships, and that leads to things like trauma. So the card wants you to take responsibility for your trauma when going into future relationships. You will experience difficulties in your sex life because of past difficulties in your sex life. So taking responsibility for that and working on that within yourself, working on it alone, like now while you're still alone, working on developing your sexuality, self-love rights, etc., so that when you do move into a relationship, you're a little bit more prepared and ready to overcome any obstacles that arise in the bedroom. Present interval is number 8 of the trumps. So she's also reversed. Now this card is saying to me that the universe is giving you, it's putting you in new situations and bringing new relationships and new connections into your life, and these things are requiring that you change. They're requiring that you evolve and adapt. Old lifestyle, old habits you're finding they're no longer compatible with this new reality that the universe is bringing you into. And basically you're having to make changes to certain lifestyle and certain habits that you wouldn't have made changes to of your own accord. So this card wants to just inform you that these shifts and changes are going to bring you more into alignment with who you are authentically. So becoming flexible and making these shifts in order to become compatible with these new relationships, this new reality, and the new circumstances that are being presented to you, it's a good thing. Push forward with it, make those changes, let go of the attachment to those habits and those that lifestyle that needs to be let go, that you need to let go of in order to integrate with the present. And I see you said there, trauma, you didn't experience any sexual trauma that you're aware of. The fact that your baby daddy abandoned you while pregnant is a sexual trauma, I'm afraid to. Sorry that I had to be the one to inform you of that, but that does create a wound in your heart and in your sacral energy spheres, and those wounds are vulnerable to infections of shame, infections of self-doubt in the sacral and creative sphere, infections of resentment and lack of trust within the heart center. Future interval is the Queen of Wands reversed. So this is what's about to open up for you. Welcome Bell06. To join the queue, type #tarot along with your question, and that'll get you into the queue. Thank you. And Tarot Justice, same thing. Thank you for joining me today, and yeah, just go ahead and drop your question to join. I don't have a queue on Twitch because I'm across multiple platforms. Future interval is Queen of Wands, Sharita, so that is talking about reaching for your desires, reaching for what you're passionate about in life. That's what's about to open up for you. You're about to take action regarding the things that you desire. Queen energy is like, I want something, so I'm gonna make it happen. And so that's what's opening up for you. There are some things to be aware of going forward. First of all, hopelessness. There will be times where you feel like what you desire is too big for you to accomplish, but that's not the case. Don't listen to those thoughts. Keep moving forward. The other suggestion that this card has for you is be mindful of your tongue, because when you feel all of that zealous passion, it's very easy to project it. Especially in those moments of hopelessness, it's very easy to speak so zealously and passionately about what you're accomplishing, as almost as if you're trying to convince the people around you that you're capable of it. It's like a kind of disguised way of convincing yourself that you are capable of it and that you don't need to be hopeless. So that can inspire fear, that can intimidate people, it can drive them away. So something to be aware of, being mindful not to get overzealous or over passionate, or ever to blame anyone else for resistances or hindrances between you and your desire. So that is the conclusion of your reading. So thank you very much once again. Thank you so much. Having a look to see who is next in the queue. Tlelo asking for a general reading. So Tlelo, let me know if you are still here, please. And you're most welcome, Sharita, and thank you. After Tlelo is Isha. So we're waiting for Tlelo to confirm whether or not he's here. Giving him a few seconds to respond. Thank you very much to Bell on Twitch. Your question adds you to the queue. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for joining me today. And V on YouTube says #tarot. Can I know what is my higher self's message to me? Thank you, Mr. V, for joining. And yeah, your question adds to the queue. Tarot Justice says starting a new project, want to know if it will have good potential for success. Thank you for your question. You are in the queue, Tarot Justice. Moving on from Tlelo, Isha, you're up next. Please confirm that you're here. Oh wait, Tlelo just said he is here. Okay, cool. So we're sticking with that one. What general guidance does the universe have for Tlologiano? Four of Cups in the position of your past. This is a nice card. This is recognizing you, saying that you've been doing well with your emotional being. In the past, like quite recently, end of 2021 and beginning of 2022, you experienced some difficult emotions, but you exercised authority over those emotions. You ruled over the emotions. You didn't allow difficult, unpleasant, or negative emotions to dictate your course of actions and to rule you. You applied your authority over the emotions, and you chose to do constructive and supportive things despite the emotional experience, and that is very powerful. So well done. Present interval is the Princess of Discs. So this card is more recognition. It's saying to me that you work really well with other people. You have no resistances to working together in a community effort or a community project, or just starting a project that involves multiple people and working on it together. You fit in quite well with that kind of atmosphere of co-creation and working together. So that's what is going on for you. You are developing, you're starting new projects, you're working together with other people, and that's specifically regarding your finances and your health. So you're starting perhaps new exercise routines. You've joined a gym, you've got buddies who do it with you, maybe. Definitely stuff to do with health that you're working on with other people. Maybe it's healing, maybe it's AA meetings. It's something to do with health, definitely. And more than health, it's also to do with career and finances and physical security. So once again, you're starting projects and working together with others to secure yourself and them, and that's really beautiful. Lastly, this card is saying that you're in a relationship. Now that relationship might not be, it's talking about a sexual romantic relationship, and within that relationship there is potential for much abundance, integrating with your partner. Your partner has dreams, you have dreams, so you're working on your dreams. I don't know if your partner is a part of those projects. Bring your partner in, and basically allow your creativity and your ingenuity to support his or her dreams, and vice versa, allow them to support you. Future interval is the Prince of Discs. He's reversed. So the Prince energy is about facing challenges, and that is once again to do with your physical environment. Now, because of what I've seen here in the spread, you are very well equipped to endure and find breakthroughs with regards to these challenges. Now, these challenges are to do with lack in your finances. That means that there's barely enough to make ends meet at the moment, and that's okay, because you're working on all these projects and you're coming up with creative solutions to that problem. But as you go forward, you're not going to see the results quite immediately. There's still going to be some challenge, there's still going to be some difficulty and struggle, and the card wants to tell you to push through, and you will find the breakthrough that you're looking for. And that is the conclusion of your reading. Thank you very much for joining me. Much appreciation to everyone who has kept me company today. And I just want to encourage you guys to like and share. Please like and share this video feed. Give me a follow. Subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. Help me grow. You're also welcome to send a tip. And by the way, this gratuity suggestion, the priority tip on the screen, that will skip the queue. If you're in a hurry, need to be somewhere, you can skip the queue by sending that $5 tip. So Isha is next. Belle says, sorry my mom called. Don't know if that means you've left the stream or if you're coming back. I will call on you when I get there. So Isha seems to have left. Oh wait, there is Isha. Welcome back. Sorry, I thought you had left because you didn't reply earlier when I called. But anyway, thank you for sticking around and having patience. What message does your spirit guide have for you? Clologelo, you are most welcome. Please like and subscribe. I hope I'll be seeing you again. I offer a whole wide variety of services here in my streams. Like we started out with tarot. We did a little bit of tarot, and then we did some spell casting, and then we did some Black Water Scrying, and yeah, we just took a little break from tarot, and now we're doing tarot again. So moving on to Isha. What message does Isha's spirit guide have for her? You know you have multiple, by the way. Okay. So, this is more recognition. Your spirit guide wants to recognize you before we delve into anything else. And it is number 8 of the trumps. This is your spirit guide saying to you that you have something you dream of, like a future, a lifestyle that you dream of living, and you came to the realization that there is a specific character, a specific person you need to be. There's a specific person that lives your ideal life, and you need to become that person before you will live your ideal life. So there are certain habits and present lifestyle that needs to be let go of, and you've been doing that. You've been making that shift, moving from who you were into who you need to be in order to live your dream. And they just want to commend you for that, because that's a very powerful thing, a very instrumental part of realizing and manifesting your desires. Present interval is the Knight of Discs. So this card, your spirit guides are saying to you that this rebirth that you're going through in your physical reality, in your home space, or your career life, I'm not sure which one it is, possibly both. It's not something you chose of your own accord, it's something that was forced on you. Maybe you got fired, maybe you got banned from Twitch. Something happened that's creating a rebirth in your physical environment, but your spirit guides want to say to you that shift, this rebirth, it will bring you closer into alignment with the life and the reality that you dream of. It's this kind of rebirth, though it might be painful, it is a new beginning disguised as a painful ending. Yeah, it's only going to bring you closer to your outcome. It's only going to make you more aligned and bring you into a healthier state of being, where you are more secure than you were before, doing something that's more authentic to you, living in a place that is more, that you appreciate more and can resonate with more. Future interval is the 8 of Wands. 8 of Wands reversed. And this card is saying to me that, yeah, your spirit guides are saying to you that you're going to change your intentions and your desires. What's still coming for you is, yeah, there's going to be an event, or there's going to be a person that comes into your life. Basically, the universe is sending a new circumstance into your life that will make you re-examine your desires and the intentions that you've set towards those desires. Through this interaction, through this event and these new circumstances, you're going to realize that what you had previously understood to be your desire wasn't actually authentic to your being. So some changes, you're going to make some changes to the way, you're going to make some changes to your end goal, to that visualization of your ideal life. You're going to make some changes there, and more than that, you're going to adjust the means. The means that you're going from point A to point B, you're going to adjust it a little bit. You're going to make some changes there. You will have to adapt. You'll have to make those changes and become flexible with the new circumstances. And that is the conclusion of your reading. Thank you very much. If you haven't already, please like and follow. I don't know if there is a like button on Twitch, but there is a share button and there is a follow button. Please click them for me. Much appreciation. You're also welcome to send a tip if you'd like to give some value back in return for the value you receive. Most welcome, Isha. Hope I'll be seeing you again. My next stream is on Sunday. Next up is Nicole Askasibar, I think that's right. Nicole on Facebook asking, my name is Katie and I want to know if a guy named Alejandro Rando is in love with me. Thank you. So Nicole, let me know if you're still here because you're up next. After Nicole is Belle, but I think Belle has left, and after Belle is Tarot Justice. After Tarot Justice is V on YouTube. Belle says he's back. Cool. So we're waiting for Nicole to confirm if she's still here. If Nicole is not here, you are next up, Belle. Last call for Nicole, aka Katie. Nicole is here. Thank you for confirming and thank you for your patience. What advice does the universe have for Nicole regarding the one known as Alejandro Rando? This will give me a yes or no answer to your question. On behalf of Katie Valverde, is Alejandro Rando in love with her? So the pendulum is swinging forward and back, and that indicates yes. There was a moment when it started swinging forward and back that it tried to go left and right, which would be no. So that is saying to me that yes, he is in love with you, but there are moments when he denies it to himself. There are moments where he tries to find reasons why what he's feeling is irrational or that he shouldn't be in love with you. And that's a little bit silly, but the truth is that he is quite infatuated with you. Princess of Swords. Okay. This card is saying to me that you and Alejandro have similar goals, and that's how this relationship developed, is because of those similar goals. But in the present moment you feel like there's chaos getting closer, like you're in a burning house and you keep going further up the staircases, moving up and up the house, up the building, trying to escape those flames, and right now you feel like you're at the top of that building and there's nowhere left to run to escape those flames being ruin of the relationship, ruin of the goals that you had been working on. So this card wants to say to you that the creative potential that's required in order to overcome that chaos, in order to overcome those obstacles, exists within you, and you can tap into it and you can create ingenious solutions to whatever problems are facing you. Your creativity and ingenuity can literally give you wings that you can fly off of that burning building and escape that ruin. And I'll encourage you, Nicole, to like and share, and also give me a follow so you will get notifications when I'm live in the future, which will be Sunday. My next live is for Sunday, scheduled for Sunday, pretty much the same time. Welcome back, Montana. I am doing pretty well. Yesterday was a little bit of a rocky day. Today I'm alone. My partner Azura has gone to visit her mother in Cape Town, so she'll be there until Wednesday. So yeah, much appreciation and thanks for keeping me company in my lonely hour. Thank you. And you can most definitely get a reading. You want to know when you will be available to earn money. Why are you not available to earn money? Sorry, that's just the first thing that comes to mind. What's preventing you in the present? Up next is Belle. So Belle says once again, sorry my mum called. Belle, are you still here? Because you're up next for a reading. Waiting for Belle to confirm. I just want to place some emphasis on the importance of likes on my videos and shares and follows. All of these things help the stream grow. If you're on YouTube and you click that like button, it lets the YouTube algorithms know that there is value here in the stream, in the video feed, that people can receive value by watching it, and it bumps it up in the list of recommended feeds. Yeah, and every subscribe and follow, it does help me grow. Thank you very much. Calling Belle on Twitch. Please confirm if you're still here. Up after Belle is Tarot Justice. So Tarot Justice, let me know if you're still here, please. Welcome back, Exclaim. Nice to have you back. Mr. V on YouTube asking, what is my higher self's message to me? Oh wait, there we go, we got Tarot Justice. So Tarot Justice, you are next, and after Tarot Justice is V on YouTube. I'm doing alright, thank you, Exclaim. Though a little bit lonely here. I'm alone in the house. My partner Azura has gone to visit her mom and she's going to be there for 5 days, so I'm alone at home. So thank you very much for joining me today, and yeah, for keeping me company. And then Tarot Justice says, I am starting a new project and want to know if it will have good potential for success. Okay. How can Tarot Justice ensure the success of this new project? Past interval is the 5 of discs. So the tarot wants to bring this to your attention. The 5 of discs reverse says that in the past you have tried to reach further than what your knowledge and your resources could take you, and that kind of resulted in you taking 1 step forward and going 2 steps back. You were met with a lot of resistance and a lot of frustration, and things didn't work out the way you had planned. Even though you were applying yourself to your maximum potential, you were reaching further than what that potential could take you. So it wants to call attention to that so that you don't repeat that in the future. It wants to suggest to you that as you work with this project, take smaller steps. Just put 1 foot in front of the other. Baby steps is all that's necessary. Every step that you take, you will evolve and you will learn more. You will overcome your previous limits on your knowledge. You will overcome your previous limits on experience as you have new experiences, and you will get access to new resources, new financial resources as you go. So start small and increase the size of your steps based on how much you grow. In the present, I have a Knight of Discs reversed for you. So this is saying that in the present you have started this project because because you lost your job or whatever you were doing to secure yourself before. Excuse me for a second. I need to.
Josh!
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm in the middle of a stream.
Oh, sorry. Was it animal fed?
No.
Was Manik kidnapped me?
No, he only just arrived here now.
Manik?
Yeah.
Where?
I saw him getting water. I thought he came on with you.
Right now?
Yeah, like 10, 20 minutes ago.
So he has fed them?
I haven't checked.
Okay, cool. Enjoy.
Thank you. Okay, so rebirth. Whatever you had been doing previously fell away. So you've started this new project as a means to secure yourself going forward. And this rebirth that you've been through, it's bringing you closer into alignment with your authentic existence, doing something that you're actually passionate about and something you enjoy and something that's authentic to you. So it's saying, yes, you are doing well and should continue with what you're doing. And that this project has the potential for success. It is more aligned with you. It's more aligned with your purpose and who you are. It wants to say to you, be authentic, like just exist authentically. Don't try to people please, and don't try to don't try to change the way you do things for the sake of others. Just focus on being yourself authentically and doing things that are authentic to you as you work on this project. Work on it authentically. Your authenticity will give your project its potential to bring that abundance and success that you're looking for. Future interval is the 6 of discs. So this is what's about to open up for you, and that is evolving past these limitations that we saw in the past, through connections, through new connections. Interacting with new people and learning from their examples. Basically, as you communicate with existing relationships and with new connections, you will be sharing knowledge and experiences and giving people access to new resources, and they will overcome their previous limits, and vice versa. They will be doing the same for you. You will see them do things and it will give you ideas. You will learn from them, from interacting with them. They will give you access to new resources, and you'll have new experiences together that all help push you past your previous limits. And that is the conclusion of your reading. So thank you very much, and sorry for the interruption. Exclaim, please just go ahead and ask your question. That'll add you to the queue automatically. The countdown over here tells you how much time we have on the clock. Tarot Justice, I'm glad that you feel that way, and yes, thank you for your recognition. Please give me a follow so you'll be notified when I'm live again. I offer a wide variety of services here, offerings, spellcasting, scrying, tarot, healing, energy healing, remote energy healing. And that's the content that I create in my live streams. Offline, I'm busy creating music. I haven't really produced much of my own music, working mostly with my partner, so most of the offline content goes onto a separate channel, but I am recording music of my own. It is in the works. It will go online. Next up is Mr. V. On YouTube. Please let me know if you're still here. Last call for V on YouTube. Amazing. Mrs. V. Miss V. Want to check your question. It was something to do with higher self. A message from your higher self. What message does V Spirit, an ideal self, have for her today? So, past interval, where you've come from, Prince of Discs. So this is your higher self acknowledging you, saying that you've had some difficulty with your health recently, you've had some difficulty with your finances, and you endured through it in order to find commitment, to find breakthrough. You pushed through, you applied your creativity, you focused on healing yourself and filling your cup. You pushed forward and you found that breakthrough that was necessary. You endured with grace and strength. In the present, we have a 3 of Wands. So the message that your ideal self has for you through this card is basically saying, I am making you aware of what we desire, of what our heart desires. So you are coming to realizations of what it is your heart truly desires. That is your higher self speaking to you, letting you know what it is that you came here for, why you incarnated, and what will be required of you if you plan to step out towards that desire. Once you step out towards that desire, you're existing within purpose. So the purpose is up to you. You get to decide what purpose is. The desire is carved into your heart, and your higher self is making you aware of what it is you desire. So you get to choose the means to walk from where you are into your desire. And that means when you're applying your will to reach your desire, that's when you're existing within purpose. More than that, your higher self wants to say to you, don't let overwhelm conquer you. Don't feel like what you're desiring is too big for you. I am there to hold and support you in that dream. I am there. I have placed that desire in your heart and I want to give it to you. I'm waiting for you to step out towards it, and I will support you in however you choose to step out towards it. Future interval is number 12 of the trumps reversed, the Hanged Man. And this is what's opening up for you. So the kind of energy of the Hanged Man reversed is like deliberately putting yourself in a position of discomfort in order to find a solution. Like deliberately making it impossible, closing yourself into discomfort in order to force yourself to come up with a creative solution. And that's what's about to come up for you. So your higher self is saying, I'm about to put you into discomfort, but that is, you have the potential to find a way out of it, and that will bring you into purpose. Whatever you do to get out of it will bring you into purpose. So that's what's about to open up. It's a period of discomfort, but it'll be up to you. The sooner you can engage your potential and your creativity, the sooner you will spring out of that and step into purpose. And that is the conclusion of your reading. Having a look to see who else is in the queue. Montana Zakir. You're welcome, V. Most welcome. Please subscribe if you aren't already, and give this video a like and a share. You can also send a tip if you'd like. If you'd like to give some value in return for the value you've received, it is optional. A $5 tip will skip the queue, guys, just letting you know, if you're in a hurry and want to, if you want to jump ahead and get going with what you need to do. So up next is Montana Zakir. Exclaim says, my question is there something I have to do to get my connection back, or am I on the right way? I'm asking this because I feel energy bursting within me. So thank you for your question, Exclaim. You are in the queue, and we have 30 minutes on the clock, so there's plenty of time. Or is that 39? Not sure. So Montana Zakir, waiting for your confirmation. Okay, moving on. Kristen Philan. Kristen Philan on Facebook, asking for a love reading. Please confirm if you're still here. Oh. If Kristen is not here, then the next reading goes to Exclaim. Pretty certain that Exclaim is still here. Okay, moving on. I'm gonna roll this cigarette quickly, Exclaim, before I lay out your spread. Thank you. It's about your character, Exclaim. Like, I can feel character, so I don't know if you're present. Like, I can't really feel each individual's presence. Sometimes I can, if it's a strong presence of a certain individual, I can feel it. But when it comes to people in general, I can sense their character, and based on their character I can judge whether or not they would have left out of impatience or if they would have stuck around. Like, I know that Kristen left because I didn't acknowledge her, so she got a little bit pissy and left. I acknowledged you. You said, how is, if your timing allows it, I'd ask a question, and I didn't acknowledge her message, but that's because I didn't see it, but she left because I didn't acknowledge it. Okay. I know what it's like to deal with people waiting in a queue, so I know it's not always easy. It's pretty easy when it's online, because you don't have to interact. If you don't wanna. Is Exclaim taking the right course of action, or is there more to it? Okay, so past interval is number 19 of the trumps. It's the sun. So this card is saying it's coming here to draw attention to the fact that in the past you've been less than authentic. With this connection, yeah, trying to people please, trying to change your character or your behaviors for their sake. And while this might have seemed intuitive at the time, the card wants to let you know that it is never intuitive to be inauthentic or to try and people please or make changes to your authentic character for the sake of others. People will tell you you have to change, you have to do things you don't want to do in order to get somewhere in life, but that's counterintuitive in reality. Like, in actual reality, the best way forward is to be authentic always. Your authenticity gives your environment and your relationships their potential for abundance. So the inauthenticity here in the past, it drained your cup, it drained your energy. You kept pushing energy out, deliberately trying to people please and deliberately trying to make people happy and validate them, and this drained your own inner cup. So the card is showing up just to give you that advice, saying rather be authentic. This way you can consistently radiate energy without draining your cup. Present interval is the Prince of Discs. So this is saying that you are facing things that are difficult for you, that are painful for you, taking responsibility for things that are difficult and painful, facing challenges that you have neglected to face, that you've been pushing away, saying I'm not ready, I'm not ready. In the present, you're now choosing to face those things that you feel like you are ready now. You've made the changes, you've grown, you've learned, and you are ready now to deal with these challenges regarding this physical, intimate relationship that you're trying to, this physical, intimate connection. I don't know if that connection is to do with finances or if it's to do with like sex and intimacy, but possibly both. That is an encouragement. It's saying it is the right course of action, and stick to it and push through, because you will find the breakthrough. You will make a breakthrough. Future interval is the Three of Discs reversed. So this is saying that what's about to open up is a feeling of hopelessness. You might not get the interaction or the result that you're looking for. So you said you've taken a course of action and it's creating this buzzing of energy. So you might have a certain attachment to an outcome. You might be expecting a certain result. So when it doesn't happen the way that you have visualized or expected, you might feel quite hopeless and discouraged. But that card wants to say to you, don't let it discourage you. Don't let it take you away from what you were doing. So here you're busy facing challenges, you're busy enduring something that you haven't been neglecting and avoiding. Don't let this feeling of hopelessness that's about to open up stop you from making that breakthrough. Keep pushing towards that breakthrough, because you will find it. And that is your reading concluded. Thank you very much. If you know anyone who would find value in the offerings I provide you, please feel free to recommend me. Please do. Welcome, Dishami. Thank you for joining me. I hope you're doing well. We still have time on the clock, so if you want that reading, just type hashtag tarot with your question. Yeah, basically, exclaim, you're on the nail there, on the money. Earlier I had somebody in here preaching about the deception of Christ consciousness, saying Christ consciousness is a perversion of the truth. It's like, dude, why are you even saying that? What does that even mean? everybody's attaching a different meaning to this word of what Christ consciousness is. Some people are saying that the character, trying to embody the character of the one known as Jesus of Nazareth, is how that's Christ consciousness. Some people say that Christ consciousness is the return of Christ. Other people are saying that it's a perversion. And I mean, I've met people who claim to be Christ conscious who are really egoic and use it as like self-justification, trying to make themselves out to seem more important than the people around them. That's really toxic and gross. And then I've also met people who are actually living their best life and saying that they're doing that by embodying Christ consciousness. So for me, I just prefer not to use that word or attach any meaning to it or give it any value in my reality because of the misunderstandings around it. I'm just bringing that up to like keep the ball rolling while I waited for requests. Thank you, Gandalf the Beach, for your question. How will this year at uni go for you? Well, coincidence is a lie, as we know. There's no coincidences, exclaim. Okay. Jock, please. Please, Pug. Please. Come in and... No. Stay there. Come in and out the... No. No. Come in and out the same way. Don't do this over the wires thing, please. How will this year at university go for Gandalf the Beach? Past interval cards, present interval cards, future interval cards. Okay, so your past interval here is number 2 of the trumps. It's called the Priestess, and this is recognition for you. It's saying that in the last year of uni there were many opportunities and a lot of potential that came up for learning and knowledge and growth and abundance, and you seized those opportunities and you committed to them and you saw the results of those commitments. So yeah, some encouragement. It wants you to acknowledge your successes so that you can reapply them this year. It also wants you to acknowledge your shortcomings last year so that you can avoid those shortcomings this year. In the present, we have a Princess of Wands. So this is saying that you had a desire, you had an intention for going to university, and you went full cycle. You started and you went full cycle, and now you're back to the beginning, basically. When you started out, there was fear, there was anxiety, there was like self-doubt that bit into you, but you looked forward and you leapt into what you desired anyway. But now in this new cycle, you can let go of that tiger of anxiety and fear. It's dead now. You can let its corpse fall away. Follow your passion. Just step forward towards your passion, because that's what brought you this far, and it will take you further. The card wants to suggest that you also look to working with others, starting like a club maybe, or getting involved in a club, and that this would be beneficial to your desires and will help you accomplish your intentions, working together with others who have similar intentions and similar desires. Future interval is 8 of discs. So this card is saying that what's going to open up for you in this year is some adjustments. So last year you probably found yourself short on money, short on expenses. Maybe you struggled to keep up with your health and fitness. basically you discovered an imbalance between your physical reality, your health and finances, and your intellectual reality, which was your studies and your education. You found a little bit of an imbalance. So this year you're going to be making adjustments to your habits and your lifestyle in order to re-establish that balance, so that it can be a better flow within your within those two universes, where you won't find yourself short or have to struggle financially, where you'll be able to fit in exercise routines if that's what you want, and still keep up with your studies and your education. And that's the conclusion of your reading, so thank you very much. Exclaim says, funny you talk about this consciousness, you're the second person to oh yeah, I got that one already. As you talked about, I've understood that Christ consciousness can be used as a blanket term where you put what you put under it. Thanks for the knowledge. Yeah, it's pretty much what it seems to be. It's like everyone has their own meaning for it, so I avoid using it because, yeah, I just don't want to give it value or meaning, because if I speak it with my meaning, someone else is going to take it with their meaning, and that's going to create miscommunication. Gandalf the Beach says, I recently asked to join a club. Well, that card, that Princess of Wands, was in the present position, so it's things that are happening around you in the present. Really cool to hear that it corresponds. Yeah, that clubs specifically came up, and clubs is something that you're doing in the present. The cybersecurity club, that's freaking cool, man. And yeah, it is a pretty positive spread, some recognition, some encouragement, and yeah, some more encouragement, some hope. On the note of trolls who came into the stream today, like when I started out, there was this troll who came in inserting negative narratives into my reality, like reading me, but inserting a whole lot of negativity that's like very far off, telling me I've never accomplished anything in life, and deep down I'm really dissatisfied and frustrated about it. And then when I said nah, yeah, I'm not even going to talk about the places I've been to and the things I've accomplished, because yeah, I'm not one to boast. Then he was like, yeah, well, there's your ego. Yeah, a real nasty troll. Basically, just reflecting all of his own insecurities. Basically, telling me he feels dissatisfied, like he hasn't accomplished anything, so he's projecting that onto me. He feels like he has killed his ego. He's putting on this delusion, but really he's living from his ego, and so then he accuses me of that. And yeah, they do have a massive hole to fill, telling me I've failed at what I'm doing, and that my stream is a failure, which is like the exact opposite of the truth. Just 2 days ago I received a price list. Tarot by Scorpio on Twitter put together this really neat design with a cover photo and a list of private services for me, and I got approved on LinkedIn for live streaming. I've got like 600 followers there. I didn't even have to apply for the live streaming, when most people have to apply. I went to apply, and they said no, I already have access to that. I meet all the requirements, so I was given that by the algorithm. And at the same time, I am live on Discord, so basically we are across 6 platforms at this point. So yeah, definitely reached a milestone, turned over, my average viewage is up. Yeah, it was unfortunate. I felt so much like sorrow and empathy for this guy. I was like, I wish there was something I could say or show you that would open your eyes. I mean, I did call on the collective, the spirit of the collective, to make him aware of himself, and then blocked him. So I have no doubt that that will take effect, even if not today. And then interestingly, as soon as I finished with the initial opening of the stream, then I cast a spell, and someone was asking that the thieves who stole their clothes, so someone broke into the house, they wanted me to cast a spell to bring retribution to the thieves, and part of that retribution was for them to experience fear and shame and guilt for what they had done beyond what they could bear. And so I was writing down an affirmation regarding that, and I thought to myself, it's affecting my transgressors as much as it's affecting the recipient's transgressors. And I had to giggle to myself a little bit about that. Yamini has a question for you, Facebook, and there is a fly. Oh, thank you for pointing that out. Welcome, Yamini Balani. Thank you for pointing that out. Exclaim. And yeah, the flies, it's summer and this is a farm, so flies are a thing. Yamini Balani, you are in the queue. Thank you for your question. I will do that reading for you now. And Gandalf the Beach says, sorry you have to deal with trolls. I'm happy to hear you are doing so well with streaming. Awesome to see people thriving with what they enjoy doing. Yes, it is. Thank you so much. That's all I hope to give here. That's what I hope to share, that and help support other people in accomplishing what they want to accomplish, becoming aware of the aspects of themselves that prevent them from living their dream and living authentically, and recognizing them when they are and supporting them when they are. On behalf of Yamini Balani, when will she go abroad? How can she make that a reality? Okay, so past interval. And this is what has brought you to ask me this question. It is number 18 of the trumps. It's called the Moon. This card, it talks about realization in every sense of the word. So you realize that you actually have all of the tools at your disposal, all of the tools that you need in order to make this dream of going abroad a reality. And then you started to apply those tools in order to realize that dream into the present. So yeah, you're not asking me how are you going to go abroad, you're asking me when, because you know that you already have those tools to make it happen and you're applying them. In the present we have an Ace of Cups. So this is saying that you're feeling a lot of emotions about this. These are positive emotions, emotions of excitement, maybe a little bit of self-doubt, maybe a little bit of anxiety, but for the most part it's excitement and determination, and you're communicating that. You're communicating all of those things to the people around you, and that is helpful because as you communicate, there are people who can support you in accomplishing that, going abroad. The card also wants to suggest to you that you apply discernment over who you are vulnerable with when you communicate. So if you know somebody is trustworthy, then it is wise to trust them and be vulnerable with them and communicate everything, because those are the people who would support you and encourage you and bring you closer to your outcome. But then when it comes to people that you know are untrustworthy, if you've had experiences with them and you've seen them behave untrustworthy with other people, or you've had them break your trust, it is very unwise to trust those people, as they're most likely to gossip about you and most likely to take action to undermine your efforts. And then when it comes to new connections, it is wise to give only surface detail and test them to see whether or not they are trustworthy and get to know them. Future interval is the 8 of discs. So this is what's opening up for you, The universe is about to bring circumstances and people into your life that are not going to be compatible with your old lifestyle and your old habits. And this is in order to bring you into alignment with who you need to be. So there's a certain version of Yamani Balani who travels abroad, and currently you're not quite that person. There are still some changes and some shifts and some habits and lifestyle choices that you're going to have to let go of before you can be that person who travels abroad. So the universe is about to bring you circumstances and new relationships that will challenge you to make those changes. Maintaining those relationships and maintaining those new circumstances and the new reality will require that you adapt, will require that you let go of old habits that no longer serve this future of traveling abroad, and letting go of old habits that no longer serve this future of traveling abroad. And yeah, you will have to be adaptive, but you will make those shifts, you will make those changes, and you will step into alignment with who you need to be. But it's not a conclusion that you will be reaching of your own accord. It is something that the universe is pressing onto you. The universe realizes that it's not something you're going to become aware of your own, so the universe is making it happen for you, giving you a new reality that you'll have to adapt to. And that's the conclusion of your reading. So thank you for joining me. Please like and share this video. Much appreciation. So I want to welcome my new viewers. The viewer counter just spiked, so thank you guys for joining me, and yeah, please go ahead and like and share and subscribe and follow, and the queue is still open for a few more minutes, so I think that's just 2 minutes. Please go ahead and make a request. I have space enough for one more free reading for this stream. Today I offered a whole range of different offerings. I gave a whole range of different offerings. When we opened the stream, I had the tarot queue open. It is yeah, it was just basically to build momentum. It was only open for an hour. After that hour closed, then I started casting spells, giving away some free spells. And yeah, after the free spells, then I did some Black Water Scrying to demonstrate some other forms of divination and the value that they have, because there are a lot deeper aspects to divination than tarot. Tarot is like it's like a training ground. It's like a little box to learn in. Intuition eventually becomes bigger than that box, and yeah, tarot is still valuable. There's still value within it, but using the tarot for divination is limited. The tarot is actually a lot more than just a divination tool. It's like a decryption tool, and it's also a programming tool. It's a language, basically. It's a whole bunch of ancient languages brought together into images and frequencies, based on astrology. Yeah, the original tarot was based on the Hebrew Kabbalah, and still is based on the Hebrew Kabbalah, and the Hebrew Kabbalah was based on the Egyptian alphabet, and the Egyptian alphabet was based on astrology. So it's all of this evolution of language over time that's all brought into a single tool. And yes, it can be used for divination, but that's only one of its purposes, and its divination capacity is like a training ground. Divination, mysticism extends far beyond language. You can, like when I use the scrying bowl, the black water, I see visions in the surface of the scrying bowl, and I interpret the visions, and they are usually a lot more specific and a lot more relevant. They're just a lot deeper, and they resonate a lot stronger. And then beyond that, a mystic can just receive visions in a meditative state. These tools are actually not required. They're all just development tools, training tools. So yeah, I'm going to be doing something similar on Sunday, opening with tarot to build momentum, then doing spells and other forms of divination, possibly some healing. I might do like a marathon stream on Sunday. Today we're almost at 5 hours. Wednesday we were 5 hours. So yeah, I might do even more on Sunday. I'd like to fit all the services in on Sunday. I'd like to start with an hour of tarot, move on to some spells, or maybe move into healing, and then follow that on with spells, or follow that on with Black Water Scrying, follow that on with spells, and then open the queue for tarot again. And I'd like the main 2-hour tarot queue to open at around about 3 o'clock, because that's the standard time it opens. So I'm going to try and arrange it, start early enough that I can fit all the other offerings in before we reach 3 o'clock, so that my regular 3 o'clock audience, can arrive and find the tarot queue open like they expect to find it. And yeah, Exclaim says, damn, second person talking about the Kabbalah today. Same two persons. That with the Christ consciousness and the Kabbalah. That's really interesting. Yeah, and again, I want to just emphasize on the fact that coincidence is a lie. But yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you for keeping me company today. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for all the shares and for all the likes, and much appreciation. So much appreciation. I'm actually reluctant to close the stream, because what am I going to go do? There isn't much to do. Maybe I'll watch some series. And you're welcome, Exclaim. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go and do that. I'm gonna go and dish some food. I made a fuck ton of food yesterday, so I wouldn't have to cook for the weekend. Damn! Play music. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play some music. Should I be practicing? Am I a musician? Yes, I should be practicing. Thank you once again. Wishing you all wealth and prosperity beyond measure and beyond your wildest dreams. I mean, I'll see you on Sunday.